Hey everyone, Russ Kennedy here. Just about to do a little course preview of the sprint course for the upcoming nationals here in Canmore. Yeah, check it out with me and Nathaniel. Keep up. Okay, so we're here at the top of the first climb, first corner. This hill, super important for positioning, going into the big major last climb so you can make your move or wait till the finish line. Okay, we're here, top of the second main climb, the very top of the course. This is where it's do or die. You either go for it all in, or you wait and try to sprint to the finish. So, big push here if you're feeling good. Otherwise, you got to be more tactical in the finishing stretch. Okay, hey, we're here, about to go into the downhill. Here's where it starts to get tactical. If you're leading, you kind of got to push, try to get a gap. If you're in back, you got to settle in and be patient. Wait for that finishing stretch and that draft. Okay everyone, that's the course. Sprint course here in Canmore. It's a really fun sprint course, super tactical, but if you're feeling really good, you can't make a move early, so decided to watch y'all race and enjoy the course.
Bienvenue and welcome everyone to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in Canmore, Alberta, brought to you by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. It's day 6 of competition and it's the classic sprints today. It's going to be all about speed and tactics here at the Nordiq Centre. We've got our senior and under 20 and men and women racing here for 4 national championships. Yes, 4 national championships on the line across the senior and under 20 categories. The way things are going to work today, we've got the qualifiers first coming up at 10 o'clock Mountain Time. So we're about 8 or 9 minutes away from the qualifiers coming up. Then at 11:30, we'll have the senior men and senior women's heats. And at 12:50, we'll have the U20 men and women's heats. So 4 sets of heats coming up later today, but we're going to have the qualifiers coming up. We have got over 250 athletes trying to qualify this morning for the heats later in the day. We've got 60 spots for the men, 60 spots for the women, and that's 30 for senior men and senior women, and then 30 for under 20 men and under 20 women. The sprint course, as Russell Kennedy just took you through it, it's a 1.3 kilometer course. It's a bit longer than the course you saw earlier in the week that the under 18 and under 16 athletes raced on. It's got a second climb in it. This is the World Cup sprint course that these athletes will be racing on. It's the course that was used last year for the World Cups here in Canmore. So we're going to see a real tough, challenging course. It's got 2 big climbs. It's got some tricky corners, a hard right-hand corner. Then it's got the chicane. You go under the bridge and then you head towards the stadium. That course, again, it's 1.3 kilometers, so we're probably looking at about a 2.5 minute to 3 minute sprint time, right around 3 minutes or so probably for most of these athletes will be their sprint time. And again, the way this works, if you're new to sprint days in Nordic skiing, there's a qualifier. You have to get into, for your age group and your gender, the top 30 for your age category and gender. And if you get in the top 30, then you go into the heats, and then it's tournament style heats where you have heats of 6 and the top 2 move on to the next heat. And at the end of that set of heats, the next 2 fastest times will also move on to the next heats. And we call those the lucky losers in Nordic skiing. So that's how that's going to work later in the day. But the first order of business is qualifying in that top 30. And one thing that's really interesting, if you go back to the Canadian National Championships here in Canmore in 2017, we had an athlete qualify 30th, the last qualifying spot by about 0.1 of a second. She went on and won a national championship. So that's the idea here. First order of business, qualify, get in that top 30, and then you got a chance to move on. Also, what's interesting when we talk about the sprints, these aren't like 100-meter sprints on the track, right? This is a more of a 3-minute race, and you're then also having to do multiple heats to get to the final and then win the final. So it's not a 100-meter or 200-meter dash kind of sprint, but it is quite a bit shorter than, say, a 10K interval start race that we saw early in the week, or a 30K mass start race that we're going to see tomorrow. So it is much shorter for skiing. And also another thing that's key is the qualifier is a little bit different than the heats, because the qualifier, you are just by yourself. You're just trying to get a top 30 time so you can get to those heats. But once you're in the heats, now you're battling against 5 other skiers, and tactics start to become a big part of it. Positioning becomes a big part of it. So it's some additional skills that are needed once you get into the heats. Another part of that is just awareness. You got to be aware, like, you can't necessarily look behind you to know, oh, there's 2 people behind me, or there's some space, or someone's right on my tail. You've got to be very much aware where everyone is, where maybe the opportunities are opening up, where there's a little bit of a gap between you and the next skier, or a gap in front of the skier in front of you. Okay, you got to get around that skier. Do you want to take that gap? Do you want to take that opening? You've got to be aware and making those calculations and adjustments throughout the heat. So that's when you get to the heats, the tactics, positioning, awareness, and also the acceleration, the ability to accelerate into those openings is also really, really important when you get to the heats. But again, first order of business is qualify. Get in that top 30. You're going to be by yourself. You've just got to complete that course as fast as you can. You don't have to worry about tactics. It's just getting through the course as fast as you can. Pacing is still a bit of a factor in these sprints. You do have, the way this course works, you have a tough, steep hill to start, a bit of a downhill, and then another steep hill, and then into the stadium. Generally, that second climb, you got to push all out over the top of that climb, because you are going to get a descent. You are going to get a chance to recover before the double pole finish into the stadium. So what you're looking at on your screen right now, that is the start gate for the qualifiers. We have, across the men and women and the under 20 and senior categories, we have over 250 starters, and they're going to go every 15 seconds. And then you're going to see, this is a great angle here showing the stadium. You're going to go up those first climbs, and the right-hand side of your screen, you're going up to the top, and then you make a left-hand turn, make a descent, make a second climb, and then you're going to make a right-hand turn, kind of a chicane, and then come back into the stadium. Like you see a couple of those skiers just coming in. They're coming to the stadium there, and that's going to be the finish of the qualifier. Again, about 3 minutes or so for this course. And again, this is the World Cup course. This is the course that was used at those Canmore World Cups last year in 2024. Also, one thing that's interesting, this is the classic technique. So with a classic technique, you got to stay in those tracks. You've got to be careful about any sort of skating motion when there's a track. When there's a track, you have to either be double poling or striding in the track. Okay, we've seen on the World Cup level just last week, Ebba Andersson, a world champion, get disqualified when she was doing some skate pushes when there was a track. That's not allowed. So you have to be careful about that with your technique in a classic sprint. One thing we'll also see is how much double poling is involved in some of the smaller parts of the climbs. Some of these skiers will be double poling as much as they can, unless there's a a technique zone where they also have to stride and not double pole. In the start gates there, just getting set up as we're right around 2 minutes to start. That is Katie Weaver. Katie Weaver had a 16th place finish on the World Cup just a couple months ago. She's with the Hollyburn Ski Club, but trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. She is one of Canada's best classic sprinters. That is for sure. I think she's had one of the top, if not the top, Canadian classic sprint result in the World Cup for a few years. So great to have Katie Weaver here. She competed also at the World Championships in the skate sprint at Trondheim. And we saw she had a great race yesterday in the relay. She led off for Team BC, and they won the relay, and partly because of the great lead that she gave them after that first leg. So Katie Weaver, I should say, Katie Weaver is in good shape and ready to race. I do have also Olivia Bouffard-Nesbitt on my start list, but I don't see her behind Katie Weaver. So we'll see if Olivia is here. Olivia is the defending champion. So we'll see if Olivia is racing today. But right now we do know that Katie Weaver is on the start line. She's going to be starting right away, right at 15 seconds after 9 o'clock. And then it's going to be going every 15 seconds. Now, again, if you're just joining us, this is the Classic Sprint Day, senior men, senior women, under 20 men, under 20 women. This is the qualifier. They've got to get in the top 30 for their age group and category to move on to the heats. And they're going to go every 15 seconds here. They're trying to do this course as fast as they can. And Katie Weaver is underway here. The World Cup athlete, a 16th place finish earlier this season on the World Cup. A very strong double pole skier, and she is underway here. It looks like Olivia Bouffard-Nesbitt is not in the start gates. Olivia was racing the World Championship. She did quite a few races at the World Championship, so Olivia is not here today. Katie Weaver, certainly one of the favorites, and you can see this is that first climb that they have to come up, and then they're going to make a bit of a left-hand turn, and then a descent and a second climb. So we're going to get a good shot here of Katie Weaver coming up this climb, and it does look like they have technique zones, as we've got number 3, Leah Venus, a Norwegian, but now living in Vernon, BC, and under a BC racing license. So Leah Venus, who was also part of that BC team that won the relay yesterday. Okay, now we've got Anna Stewart on course. I didn't see if Amelia Wells started. We'll see. I didn't quite see if Amelia Wells is out there, but Anna Stewart, another top finisher from Nationals last year, also great results in the Thunder Bay World Trials earlier this season. Clara Barrington-Craggs, underway, number 6. She's from Ski de Fond Montreal and also trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. Next up, Constance Lapointe. She is in that green of University of Alaska at Anchorage. She is one of the top U20 skiers. So she's actually our first U20 skier and our top ranked U20 skier. There's Tabitha Williams, originally a Canmore athlete. She's now part of Team Great Britain because of her dual citizenship. So Tabitha on course. Now Marley Molinaro. And again, in that green suit, that is the University of Alaska at Anchorage. So that's where Marley goes to university. She races in those colors. But originally, she is from Revelstoke Nordic and competes for Revelstoke Nordic at the National Championships. And I believe that was Amelia Wells going up that climb. Oh, and this is a great angle. So this is after the first climb. They have a descent, and then they have the hard right-hand turn as they go up that climb. Okay, and you can see when those tracks end, that means they do have a section where they can do a bit of a skate push around that corner. And this is now the descent. So they've gone up to the second climb. Now there's a bit of a descent, and you can see it's kind of more of a false descent. You've still got to double pull that section. As we had number 12, Louison Dubief, head out, and she is our top U20 athlete. She actually had that leader's bib as she is leading the aggregate points for top 20, and she took a win early in the week in the interval start race. There was Emmanuel Moreau, number 13 of Mont-Saint-Anne, and here is number 14, Hannah Shields. She had that incredible leg yesterday in the relay. for Ontario B team, and they put together such a gutsy race and got the bronze for the Ontario B team. So Hannah Shields was part of that. Number 15, Annika Wallen. She's another U20 athlete. She's from the Williams Lake Ski Club in British Columbia. So Annika on course. Here's Helen McCulloch, number 16. She's from Canada Nordic. She's also one of the top university skiers in Canada. She represented Canada at the World University Games. So we had Katie Weaver come in. She's got the best time right now, 3:14.6, and you can see the time now of Leah Venus, another very strong skier, but she's going to come in 12 seconds back. That's showing that Katie Weaver, a very, very strong start here. And now we've got Amelia Wells. So Amelia Wells, who took a win in the skate interval start race earlier in the season, is going to be about 11 seconds or so back. So this is showing Katie Weaver is in some really, really good fitness here. She is probably going to be the skier to beat today, as we've got Anna Stewart coming in. This is fantastic how we're seeing these skiers come in, and we can see how their times are lining up. So Anna Stewart coming in, and right behind her will be Clara Barrington Craigs. So Anna Stewart, 22 seconds back. My goodness, what a race here out of qualifier for Katie Weaver. As Clara Barrington Craigs come in, she's going to be about 16 seconds back. And this looks like Constance Lapointe. Yeah, Constance Lapointe, who's going to be one of our top U20 skiers today. She is going to come in at just about 15 seconds back. So she right now is our best under 20 skier, but look at the time of Katie Weaver, 3:14, 11 seconds up on our next best skier. And again, the idea here is you don't have to set the best time. You're trying to get in that top 30. And this is Tabitha Williams coming in, about 22 seconds back, 23 seconds back. Here is Marley Molinaro coming in, the University of Alaska at Anchorage athlete. Maeve McLeod coming in. This is a Revelstoke Nordic athlete. She also skis with BC Ski Team, and she's with Montana State University. And I think maybe that's the race suit she's in. She's going to come in about 7th spot, it looks like. Also, that's important is that lunge at the finish, because when you get to that kind of bubble position, 30th, 31st, so many times it's a 0.1 of a second. So you've got to extract everything you can in there. That shows that lunge of Ruby Soroya at the finish. So great effort there by Ruby, and she's in 7th spot right now. Again, it's the top 30 for senior women that'll move on, top 30 for under 20 women that will move on. And there is Louisette Dubief. She is going to come in, looks like out of the top 10. Sorry, she's coming in at 8th at 22 seconds. Emmanuelle Moreau coming in, number 14. She actually caught the person that started in front of her. And then we've got, this is Annika Wallen coming in. Okay, we're now going back to the start. Number 28, Amelia Custodio from Foothills Nordic, another under 20 skier with the Alberta Ski Team. Starting after her will be Imogen Nadler-Smith of the Rocky Mountain Racers. She is from the Turtle Mountains in Manitoba, a little bit smaller mountains than the Rockies, but great to have Imogen starting here for, again, the Rocky Mountain Racers. Again, you're trying to get into that top 30 for your age category. Sophia Giagrande of Whitehorse Nordic. She is another under 20 athlete. And what you'll see with some of our under 20 athletes is some of them will actually race with the seniors. They'll want that extra competition, go up against the seniors, and some will stick to the U20 category for the heats. As Hayden McJunkin of the Harvard Crimson heads out on the course. So if you're just joining us for the live streams, the Harvard Crimson, the NCAA team, it's their spring break. They wanted to come up and extend their season and race at the Canadian Nationals. So I think we have 7 Harvard Crimson athletes racing at the Canadian Nationals. We have Boss Thompson head out on the course. Here's Sophie Jensen of Foothills Nordic and the Alberta Ski Team. And we got Sarah Cullinan coming up next. And if you want to also follow along, we've got the live timing on Zone 4. That's a way you can see how everyone's coming in as a qualifier. Okay, 34 coming in, Sarah Cullinan, Big Thunder Nordic, also a World University Games athlete for Team Canada. Now Kate Mason from Nakertok Nordic. Nakertok, the largest club in Canada. Very large team here at Nationals. Now we've got Bronwyn Williams of Cross Country Ottawa. So just taking a look at our times. Constance Lapointe, best time for under 20 qualifiers. I'm just checking our senior women. Yeah, it's still Katie Weaver, but Hannah Shields has moved into second. Hannah Shields, the gutsy skier from Ontario, is sitting second in our qualifiers as Sienna Brennan Rabb heads out. She's from Club Chelsea Nordic and also trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. You see those race suits with the blue on the arms and the legs? That is the Alberta World Cup Academy. They have quite a few athletes in their program. Yeah, that Alberta World Cup Academy is a legacy of all the World Cups that have been held in Canmore. It's a program that's not only running World Cups, but allowing athletes out of high school to develop into world-class skiers. And what you're seeing here is the start of the second climb. So these athletes are trying to qualify. They're trying to get to the top 30 of their age and gender category. This is the women right now. For the women, we have over 100 starters. We have, in fact, 111 starters for the women. This section here of the course is after that second climb. And this part is when you descend back into the stadium. And you're trying to get into the top 30 for age group. We've got, just showing some of the times on the board. And we've got Imogen Nadler-Smith coming in. You can just see her time just ratcheting down the list. She is a senior skier. She's trying to make that top 30, and that may be enough for her category to make it into the top 30. But we'll monitor that over the rest of the day as number 30 comes in. That was Sofia Giagrande. Yeah, that was a solid time for Sofia. 19 seconds. She's an under 20 skier. That probably will be enough for her to make it into the top 30. But right now, overall, it's Katie Weaver with the best time, and I think Hannah Shields with the second best time today. And this is Hayden McJunkin, one of our Harvard skiers. Probably not going to be enough for Hayden McJunkin to move on to the heats. And we've got lots more finishers coming in. And the way these work, these qualifiers, it's actually the fastest skiers start first, as opposed to the interval start where they have them start last. This gives them the cleanest track to race in, usually the fastest conditions. And there is 33, Sophie Jensen coming in. Sophie is an under 20 skier. And looks like 36 34 coming in. And then right behind that is Kate Mason, number 35. Kate Mason, solid time there for Kate Mason. She is a senior athlete. Could be enough to make it into the heats. As we've got Bronwyn Williams coming in, Cross Country Ottawa. And these skiers going every 15 seconds. It looks like 37's closing that gap. This is Sienna Brennan Rabb of Club Chelsea Nordic. She is going to be about 30 seconds back of Katie Weaver's time. She is a senior skier. So what you're seeing here is a mix of under 20 and senior skiers in our women's category come in. 38, nice little lunge there by Maud Mulgat. And that could be the difference. She's got a solid time as Lauren Pino of Walden Cross Country and Lakehead University starts. She is an under 20 skier. Number 54, Tova Halverson, Mont-Saint-Anne and Laval University. I think originally from Ottawa, now races in Quebec. Yeah, Katie Weaver, what a time. 3:14, 7 seconds better than the next skier, which is Hannah Shields. In our senior category for U20, it is Constance Lapointe still holding the best time, Amelia Custodio with the second best time. So Constance from Whitehorse, now with the University of Alaska at Anchorage. Katie Weaver, originally of Hollyburn Ski Club, training with the Alberta World Cup Academy. Those are your best times so far. And these are some great images showing this course. There's 2 climbs every course. First climb out of the stadium, then a descent, and that second climb. Then they have this kind of false descent where you've got a double pole, maybe you get a little bit of a rest. Then they make a hard right-hand corner and they descend towards the stadium, but then it's a gradual uphill, a real tough grinding double pole section into the finish. And we really get a great image of these skiers, battling to the finish in the heats as Bria Bridge comes in. Bria Bridge had a very solid interval start race a couple days ago, and she's an under 20 skier. And I think she has done enough to make it into the top 20 for our U20 skiers. As 59 heads out, Sophie Bertrand. That was a great image, just showing those skiers the power that they generate out of the starts. They really want to get up to speed and get moving in these sprints. As we see number 60s in the start gates, that's Levko Stevens. And this is that second climb, the start of the second climb. And this, when we get to the heats, this is actually a very important part of this course, because if you're not in that top 2 or top 3, all of a sudden you can get pushed to the outside. You can get a bit of an accordion effect where you have to all of a sudden slow up. So positioning coming into this corner in the heats will be really important. But in the qualifier, positioning is not a factor. It's all about whatever line you want to take. You don't have to worry about anyone else. You're just trying to take the course as fast as you can. But in the heats, that corner is actually quite fundamental to positioning, tactics, and the outcome of your race. So the weather here in Canmore, mostly sunny skies here, a bit of cloud, but very beautiful day here. Now, it is Canmore. There may be some freezing rain or snow later in the day. We saw that in the relays yesterday. Sunny at the start, sunny at the end, but a full-blown winter storm in the middle. As number 50 comes in, Katja Semenuk. Now, she's right at number 30, and that is a combination of under 20 and senior skiers, those times. So, going to be tricky, going to be close for Katja Semenuk to make the top 30 for senior skiers. As we've got 51, this is Isabel Haag coming in. She is an under 20 skier with the Club Chelsea Nordiq. And this is 52, Aaliyah Turner from Caledonia Nordic. Lauren Pinault, and she's in the Lakehead University race suit. She is an under 20 skier, might be enough for top 30 for the under 20 skiers, but a strong race here by Tova Halverson. She is a senior skier. Ooh, going to be tough. Going to be tough for her to make the top 30 for the senior skiers. As I think Anna Segelkin coming in for the Hollyburn Ski Club. Hollyburn Ski Club raced out of Vancouver and Cypress Mountain, where we had the 1991 National Championships, as Annalisa Verma from Team Hardwood comes in. Emmanuel Simard coming in from Skibec, University of Laval. Yeah, going to be tough. These athletes, again, they're ranked based on their CPL points, with the fastest going first, as we've got number 73 in the start gates. Again, they're going every 15 seconds. And their time actually starts when they break that wand. So they're given the instructions to start, and they have a certain time frame where they can start. But once that wand is broken, that's when their time starts. As we've got Anna, Sierra, Heffernan, Wilker from Nordiq Nordic. And sometimes what you see there is the starter. If someone has decided not to start, the official starter will actually step into the track just to make sure no one, you get really pumped up at the start, the adrenaline's going, and they want to make sure you start at your appropriate time. And if there is a gap because someone didn't start, you'll see that starter just step over the tracks. As we've got 76 starting. This is Sina Schultz of the Rocky Mountain Racers. One thing we'll also see near the end of the category, we'll have some unranked skiers. So there's always, when it comes down to the end, there's always a handful of international skiers that could still get in that top 30. Little bit of a bobble there for Jade Gamache Thibault, but back on her way. That's the Fondue Laurentide athlete, an under 20 athlete. Again, you see the official, they step across the line because there isn't a starter there, 78 not starting. So then we see 79 come in, Kara Gordon, a senior athlete from the Hollyburn Ski Club and also races with Carleton University. You can see the Carleton on her race suit. Next up will be 80, Mia Smith of Georgia Nordic and Nipissing University. She's another U20 skier. Again, if you can make to the top 30 for the U20, then you get into the heats and you have a chance. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, 2017 Nationals at Canmore, we had an athlete qualify 30th by 0.1 of a second. She went on to win a national championship. So job number one right now is qualify. And so all these athletes are racing on their own at 15-second intervals. The top 30 times for each age category, senior and under 20, will move on to the heats later today. And those women's heats will be at 11:30. Sorry, just a correction there. That's the senior men and women's heats at 11:30. Okay, so if you're just watching right now and you want to come back for the heats, 11:30 for the senior men and senior women, and 12:50 for the under 20 men and under 20 women, and that's 12:50 Mountain Time. Okay, we got a couple skiers coming in here. And it looks like 70 is catching up here. 70 is Chantel Kukula. She is an under 20 skier. Very interesting. She is 2008 year of birth. Chantel Kukula, I think, will be moving on for the under 20 skiers. That's a young skier that's moved up into race in this category. And she caught the person that was starting 50 seconds in front of her. So I'm going to make a note. Chantel Kukula from the Porcupine Ski Runners is a skier to watch for in those heats. As 71 comes in, that's Emily Meller, another under 20 skier. And she's trying to make the top 30 for the under 20. Also, you can see that skier coming in. She shifted lanes, and you're allowed to do that to some extent. Sometimes it can be an issue where skiers are changing lanes back and forth, and that's actually allowing them a lot of skate pushes. And I know back in the day, early days of classic sprinting, a lot of athletes kind of took advantage of that loophole, and you see them shifting lanes back and forth as they're coming to the finish. But that was just kind of a way of allowing them to get some free skate pushes. But that is no longer allowed, that extent of shifting lanes. As Anna, Sierra, Heffernan, Wilker comes in, the Nordiq Nordic athlete just coming into the finish. And we go back to our starters. This is Elizabeth Dubé, another under 20 skier with Fondue Laurentide. Now 91, Sean Hope Craig of North Bay Nordic in the Nipissing University race suit. She's an under 20 skier, and we have 111 starters, so another 20 or so starters trying to make in that top 30. And I'm just taking a look at our qualifying times. Right now, Lauren Pinot is number 30 with a time of 3:59 for our under 20 skiers. Nadia Klafke 31, so just missing out so far. And on the bubble, Sophia Marshall is on the bubble at number 30 for our senior women with a time of 4:04. But I think still some of these skiers to start still have a chance. particularly our under 20 skiers, with a good chance to make it into the heats. So we see Paige, Sarah Vanamutu head out. Beautiful skies here in Canmore as you see these skiers start off. This is a fantastic morning, as they often are in Canmore, but it will potentially get a little bit of rain or snow later in the day. We'll see. Maybe it'll come after the heats. Should be sunny and beautiful like this and right around zero for most of those heats coming up a little bit later. Again, those heats 11:30 for senior men and senior women. So senior men and women going at 11:30, under 20 men and under 20 women going at 12:50 Mountain Time. As we see 81 come into the finish, Chloe Ferron, another under 20 skier. That probably not going to be enough to make the heats. And here's Nicole Kukula. We saw Chantel Kukula, her sister, come in with a really good time. And Nicole Kukula, she is, and I think those are twins. And they've both had really good times. They're both born in 2008. So I'm thinking Nicole and Chantel are twins. And they both set some good times here. They're both young skiers, born in 2008. So great to see them racing with those solid times. We'll watch for them if they can make the heats. Some very young skiers trying to make the heats here for the under 20 category. 84, Aaron Dunn of Nakurtok Nordic coming in. And then 85, Marianne Hiro from Ski Beck. She caught the person that started in front of her, and that may be enough for that under 20 skier, Marianne Hiro, to make it into the top 30 once all our skiers come in. Is Anna Shatterton from Strathcona Nordics up on Mount Washington on Vancouver Island. So again, if you're just joining us, this is the sprint qualifier. It's classic sprint day for under 20 and senior men and women. This is our women on course right now. They're trying to set a top 30 time for their age group to make it into the heats later today. Is Sydney Ball heads out 103. So we're down to our final under 10 starters. She's from Lapping Nordic. 104, Erica Peterson of Hollyburn Ski Club and part of the University of British Columbia ski team that is excellent on Instagram. Definitely check out the UBC Nordic ski team on Instagram every day at nationals before, and then other times as well, putting together some very funny and entertaining content. As Aaliyah Pires of North Bay Nordic starts out, she is a senior skier, so the years of birth 2005 and later are under 20, and then 2004 and earlier are senior skiers. There's Erica Rogers of Mono Nordic heads out. Mono Nordic is just north of Orangeville, Ontario. That's where Mono Nordic is from. And Orangeville, Ontario, of course, the home of Al Pilcher, one of the skiers on the Canadian team at those 1988 Winter Olympics held here, the Nordic events held here at the Canmore track. So a little bit of connection with those wonderful 1988 Olympics that have given us this incredible legacy of the Canmore Nordic Centre that we've had for World Cups and helping produce athletes to race to Olympic gold medals, World Championship medals, World Cup performances. Becky Scott, Chandra Crawford, both trained here at the Nordic Centre and went on to win gold medals at the Olympics. Okay, we should have a few more skiers to start. There is Natalie Wilkie, 110. Natalie Wilkie, the Para Nordic athlete. She has won, I think, 8 medals at the Paralympics, 8 or 9 medals at the Paralympics. She recently competed at the World Championships. They had a Para Nordic event for at the World Championships, a sprint where she got second to the Norwegian in a photo finish, which was very exciting. And then Eva Wimbish from Bulkley Valley and the University of Alberta, our final skier. But Natalie Wilkie, one of our Para-Nordic athletes, jumping into these races. And I remember at those 2017 Nationals in Canmore, the last time the Nationals were in Canmore, Natalie Wilkie was just recovering from an accident. And she was participating in some of those races, and watching her develop into one of the top Para-Nordic athletes in the world has been really incredible. And I remember also 2017, there was a Para Nordic World Cup, her first Para Nordic World Cup. And it was like, wow, Natalie Wilkie is really putting it together. And her mental psychology at racing is so calm, cool, and collected. It's not just the physical attributes, but the mental strength and the mental skills of Natalie Wilkie really show through when the pressure is on. Could we see Natalie Wilkie qualify here in the able-bodied athletes here? And there is Natalie Wilkie going up this climb. So this is great how we're seeing just how this course develops. So there's that first climb out of the stadium, then a left-hand turn, a descent into this corner. This corner is a very important part once we get to the heats, that you want to be positioned well into it. In a qualifier, it doesn't matter, but in the heats, this corner will be really important because it's the bottom of the second climb. And that, because you've got a hard right-hand turn, you don't want to be pushed to the outside. You want to be able to control things. You don't want to have that accordion effect be a factor. Then they get to the top of the climb and they have this, what you could call a false descent. You've got to keep double poling. You've got to keep the power up. You don't want someone to move in front of you. You want to control your position. But then you have this chicane, really tricky chicane before you head towards the bridge. And so you can see there's Natalie Wilkie on the left track on your screen, the Canadian Para Nordic athlete. So she's on that descent. And she is going to go into that chicane and she'll then go under the bridge and then descend towards the stadium. And then we can see the athletes descending into the stadium. So you can see some of our final starters. 108, Clara Lake from Harvard Crimson. She looks like she could maybe bump someone out of the top 30 for the senior women. And there's the descent here. We've got a Harvard athlete, and then we've got the Canadian Para Nordic athlete, Natalie Wilkie. She's caught that person that started 15 seconds in front of her. Can Natalie Wilkie qualify here for the able-bodied athletes into the heats? Natalie Wilkie coming in. Looks like she's going to have a solid time as she comes in. Natalie Wilkie, who is a senior athlete, trying there on the right-hand side of your screen. Natalie Wilkie may have qualified here, I think so, for our senior women's races, the Para Nordic athlete, with a solid performance here. She caught the person that started 15 seconds in front of her. Wow, Natalie Wilkie, one of our Para Nordic athletes, going to battle out with the able-bodied athletes in the heats, is what it looks like right now, unofficially. Everything I say is unofficial, but great little highlight. You never know until that final skier crosses the line if you're going to make it into the heats or not. And I suspect on the good side, Natalie Wilkie should go into the heats, but that probably knocked someone out of those heats that was sitting right on the bubble, thinking they might make it until one of the last skiers came in. And we saw Ava Wimbish from Bulkley Valley in British Columbia come in. She's an under 20 skier. Okay, I think that is all of our skiers coming in for our qualifiers. I'm just going to check the times here. Don't have all, there we go. So we can see Katie Weaver, really strong performance. And what you're going to see here is all combined under 20 women and senior women. We saw Natalie Wilkie in there as well, so she should be moving on to the heats. Mia Sawatsky in there, Boundary Trails Nordic. She is actually, she was the under 20 champion from a year ago. Bria Bridge in there. And again, this is combining the under 20 and the senior men and women. So if you go to zone 4, you can separate those out and see who qualified for each age category. But big story so far, Katie Weaver with the best qualifying time. Hannah Shields, the veteran, the second best time, also by a good margin. Natalie Wilkie looking like she's going to race with the able-bodied athletes in the heats coming up later today. And again, just so you understand that schedule, the senior men and senior women's heats will go at 11:30. The under 20 men and under 20 women's heats will go at 12:50. So just looking at our bubble, and I'm not sure all the times are in, but for our senior women, Tova Halverson, it does look like she may have made the senior women's heats. And now looking for our under 20 women, it was Anna Sigelkin just making the top 30. So again, you can check out the individual age categories for the qualifiers on zone 4. We're just showing you the combined times, but great story with Natalie Wilkie making into our heats. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us for the women's qualifiers coming up at 11 o'clock. I'm just going to confirm that time. Coming up at 11 o'clock, or sorry, at 10 o'clock will be our senior, our U20 and senior men, and then our heats coming up at 11:30 and 12:50. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with our men's qualifiers. Bienvenue and welcome back everyone to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in Canmore, Alberta. Event brought to you by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. It's day 6 of competition and it's classic sprint day. Coming up right now is the qualifiers for the men, both the under 20 men and the senior men. Those qualifiers coming up. They're going to go every 15 seconds and they're trying to set a top 30 time for their age group so that they can move on to the heats later in the day. So the qualifiers for the men's will be starting at 9:40. So just in a couple minutes, we will have our men starting their qualifiers. We just had our women race for their qualifiers. And we had Katie Weaver, one of the dominating performances for the senior women. We had Constance Lapointe dominating for the under 20 women, but another nice surprise, Natalie Wilkie, one of our Para Nordic Paralympian medalists, has qualified for the senior women's heat. So that'll be fun to watch for coming up later with the heats. And again, that time for the heats, senior men and senior women, 11:30 Mountain Time, and under 20 men and under 20 women, it is 12:50 Mountain Time. So 11:30 for senior athletes, 12:50 for under 20 athletes. But job number one is to qualify for those heats. So the way the qualifiers work, it's just an individual time trial around the sprint course. The top 30 for each age category will then move on to those heats later in the day. And we talked about it earlier, 2017 Nationals, an athlete qualified 30th by 0.1 of a second. She went on to win a national championship. So job number one, get in that qualifier. You don't have to set the best time, but make sure you get in those top 30 positions. We are under a minute to start for our first athlete, and we've got, let's see how many men we've got. We've got 151 men to start, and 30 positions for senior men, 30 positions for under 20 men to make it into those heats. Our first skier off will be Julian Smith, a veteran. He's a World Cup athlete. He's had placings on the World Cup. He's a very strong classic sprinter. He's raced World Championships. He's from Georgian Bay, Nordic in Ontario originally, but he's been training in Thunder Bay for about 10 years now. And he's going to be our first off. And there we go. Julian Smith of the Thunder Bay Training Center is out on course. Right after him will be another Julian Locke, another veteran. And there you see the blue suit of Julian Locke from Blackjack Nordic and the Nordic Pulse team. So it's going to be potentially a battle of the Julians as Julian Locke, our second Julian, out on course. Two veterans. Now Luke Allen, fourth in the interval start skate race. Also an NCAA star. He was fourth at the NCAA championships a few weeks ago. He was fourth in the skate race, sixth in the classic race. Now we've got Rye Pryor. Now Rye Pryor from Chelsea Nordic, very strong in the qualifiers. The question also is, you got to qualify and then make through 3 different heats to try and win that final. So we'll see how he qualifies, see how he does in the heats, but certainly someone we're watching for in this qualifier to finish high. Then we've got Alexander Cormier, another senior athlete from Fondue-Laurentide and the Pierre Harvey Training Center. Cormier had that great final leg yesterday in the relay where he almost closed the gap to third. As we see Julian Smith make his way up that climb, here's 126 Guillaume Pelchat, Pembroke Nordic and the Pierre Harvey Training Center. He is a past university national champion. Now we've got one of our American skiers, Max Cluck of the University of Utah. So some of these American skiers, they want to extend their season, and often it's the Canadian Championships is one of the last events of the season, and direct flight from Salt Lake City up into Calgary, come to these races. Here is NWC, Noah Weir Chaba from Canmore Nordic and the Alberta World Cup Academy. He actually raced twice yesterday in the relay, so we'll see how he recovers from that. Here is Justin Boudreau, one of our top under 20 skiers, in fact, our top ranked under 20 skiers from Monterrey and the Pierre Harvey Training Center. Then we've got coming up next, 130, Kendon Maschenter. He was part of that gutsy team, gutsy Ontario B team that got bronze yesterday. He's actually quite an accomplished track athlete. He can, I think, run a sub 2 minute, 800 meters, but now he's focused on skiing. Then we've got Nicholas Randall. Nicholas Randall of Big Thunder Nordic and Lakehead University. He had a phenomenal leg yesterday for one of the Ontario teams, and that was in the relay. Here is a Canmore athlete, a local athlete, Canmore Nordic and Team Trail Sports, Luke Fricker. Okay, now we've got some of our athletes coming to the finish. This should be Julian Smith coming in, so he's going to be our first finisher. Look at that, under 3 minutes. But his rival, Julian Locke, coming in. I think Julian Locke is going to be better than Julian Smith. Julian Locke was certainly one of the pre-race favorites. So Julian Locke getting a strong start here, almost 6 seconds up on Julian Smith. So early days here in the battle of the Julians, but look at this time for Luke Allen. Could he slide into second best time? Really strong finish, and he's leading our aggregate category. No, he's just going to be a little bit shy of Julian Smith's time, but Luke Allen, he's wearing that yellow bib, meaning he's leading the aggregate category for the senior athletes. As Rye Pryor comes in, we expected a strong qualifier, and Rye Pryor just going to slot in behind Luke Allen, but very solid time there for Rye Pryor of the Alberta World Cup Academy and Club Chelsea Nordic. Okay, now we've got, this should be our leader in the under 20 category. He won the 10K skate race a few days ago, Rally Tart from Kimberley Nordic. He is our leader for under 20. So Rally Tart, again, an under 20 athlete. So we've got two different categories here, senior men and under 20 men, trying to qualify, trying to make the top 30 for their age category. Here is Remy Boilard from Ski Bec. He is a senior athlete, and he is in that Université Laval race suit. Sorry, that was Tristan Grimont. Tristan Grimont from Mont-Saint-Anne. Then we've got Victor Emile Thibault from Whitehorse Nordic, and he now trains with the Sovereign Lake Nordic team. Out, that's just near Vernon, British Columbia. And then coming up next, William Vandenberg, an under 20 athlete from the Boundary Trails Nordic Club in Manitoba, trains with the training center in Thunder Bay, just starting off there. You can see some of the different techniques on that first climb, some of the skiers jumping out of the track, using more of a running, striding technique. Again, this will be that start of the second climb on this sprint course. Again, if you're just joining us, these are the qualifiers. These athletes are trying to make the top 30 for their age category so they can get to the heats. That is job one. Make sure you qualify. Do what you need to do to qualify. And then the heats are a different story as far as tactics and speed and positioning. But right now, try and do this course as fast as you can to qualify. Xavier Lefebvre of Monteriski and the Pierre Harvey Training Center is up next. Then Alexandre Bourque from Monteriski, another senior athlete. We've got a mix of senior athletes and under 20 athletes. This part of the course is after the second climb. They've got a bit of a false descent. They've got to keep double poling. And then they come to that chicane before going under the bridge. And then descending into the stadium and then double poling into the finish. Beautiful day here, a little bit of wind, but not too bad. So far, the wind isn't such a factor that it's going to play a big part in the tactics, but we'll see over the course of the day, as we saw 136. Tashi Klashka, the Comet from Sovereign Lake Nordic Club, come through. And I think this should be Rally Tart. Yes, he's got that yellow leader's bib, meaning he's leading that under 20 aggregate points, and that's because he took the win for under 20 in the interval start race. So we'll see how Rally Tart comes in here. The under 20 leader, can he unseat some of our other top under 20 skiers? Strong finish here by Rally Tart. And Rally is going to slot into about 13th, 14th spot, 11th spot there. I think that will be one of our best under 20 times. So Rally Tart for sure will be moving on to those heats as Max Mahaffey came in. Max, part of that Ontario, that gutsy Ontario B team that took third yesterday in the relay. Max Mahaffey winning that sprint at the end of the race. So someone to watch for. And Remy Boilard with a strong time coming in 11th spot. And again, those times are combining our under 20 and senior men. So you've got to separate those to get exactly who's going to qualify for top 30 for each of those age categories. And now we've got Lucas Subert from Edmonton Nordic. He's had some very strong results this week already. He's an under 20 skier, so definitely someone to watch for. Now again, in the national championships, we have skate races, we have classic races, we have distance races, we have sprints. So, you know, different strengths of different athletes, they're going to perform differently in each of these races. But what we saw with Rally Tart, he's overall leading the under 20 category, the aggregate points, where they sum up your points and performances across all the races. And that's a big factor. There's prize money on the line. And that's also something these athletes are going for. They might not win every race, but if they can put together a good week, they can win that aggregate overall award for their age category. As Samuel Picard, an under 20 skier, he has also had some great results this week, and he is underway. He's with the Pierre Harvey Training Center, training near Mont Saint-Anne. That was the training center that Alex Harvey trained at for many, many years, and it's named after the great skier Pierre Harvey, who raced at the Calgary Olympics and here in the Canmore Nordic Centre. And a lot of controversy back at those games when Marty Hall, the coach of the Canadian team, was very outspoken about some of the drug cheats that were within the sport, and he was very unspoken about that. And in fact, Marty Hall, the former Canadian coach, passing away just a couple weeks ago. Really a legendary personality, coach of the American national team, coach of the Canadian national team, and a big supporter of North American skiing. So just another connection with those Calgary Olympics. But Marty Hall, certainly a huge force of Canadian skiing over the years. Okay, got more skiers coming, just descending into the stadium. That's a Canmore Nordic athlete, 149, Micah Steinberg. Micah, a fan favorite around the Canmore Nordic Centre. A lot of cheers for Micah. So Rally Tart has the best under 20 time, Justin Boudreau, the second best under 20 time, Tristan Gramont, the third best under 20 time. And for our senior men, it's Julian Locke with the best time. Max Cluck, the Utah athlete, second. Luke Fricker is third right now. Here we have Lucas Subert coming in. He is an Edmonton Nordic athlete. He had some top results earlier in the week. Great, powerful double poling as he comes up that incline. Then it's going to level out. See if Lucas Subert, who is an under 20 athlete, and you got to just get in that top 30. There's a little bit of an advantage for placing in the heats for higher times, but job number one is to get into that top 30 for under 20. And I think that should be enough for Lucas Subert for the under 20 category to move on. Here is 153, Simon Connell. He's another under 20 athlete, and looks like Simon should have done enough, I think, to qualify for top 30 for under 20. Ben Field, another under 20 athlete. Oh, Ben Field. My goodness. That was a solid time for Ben Field. Yeah, he is definitely going to qualify for under 20. Okay, now back to the start gates. That is Xavier Wallace of the Overlander Ski Club. That's in the Kamloops, British Columbia area, and he also trains now with the Alberta World Cup Academy. Here is another top junior skier, 168, Jonas Ralseth of Canmore Nordic and also the Alberta World Cup Academy. He had one of the top under 20 results in the skate race a few days ago. Another athlete we'll watch for under 20. So again, Julian Locke, the best time of the day for under 20 and senior men, the veteran looking for a Canadian championship. As we turn our attention to 170, Caden Ward of the Walden Cross Country team in Carleton University. He's another under 20 skier. So the way the qualifiers start, it's actually the highest ranked skiers start first. So they have a clear track, don't have to deal with slower skiers. And then we move down the rankings. But as part of that, you're going to see more and more under 20 skiers also start to race and also start to try and challenge to get into those top 30 spots for the under 20. And just a reminder, the heats for senior athletes, senior heats coming up at 11:30, under 20 heats coming up at 12:50. And this, what you're seeing here is that downhill and then the start of the second climb. So there's 2 climbs on this course. Earlier in the week, it was a shorter course for under 18 and under 16 athletes. They had 1 big climb, whereas here they have that big climb, then they do a descent, and then they do the start of the second climb. And we've talked about this corner is so important to positioning and tactics, because it can set you up, can make an easier path up that second climb. It allows you to maybe launch an attack or just avoid being caught behind traffic going into that second climb. Here is Xavier Roy from Mont Saint-Anne. He is an under 20 athlete. In fact, he is 17 years of age. So we're seeing some athletes race up a little bit here today. You know, with the sprints, a lot of the success is from experience. You've got to have a lot of reps in sprint racing to learn different tactics, see what works for you, for what your skill set is and your ability to accelerate or push the pace or be very patient. You know, a lot of this is also patience. If you get too excited too early on, you know, you can lead early on and waste a lot of energy. Okay, Jonas Ralseth coming in, one of our top under 20 skiers. So Jonas Ralseth coming in. He is 168. He is an under 20 skier. Looking to make into that top 30 for under 20. He's not going to be our top under 20 skier, but he is going to be, it looks like, probably in about the top 5 or 6 for under 20 athletes. Oh, he is an Alberta World Cup Academy athlete. Yeah, solid time for Jonas Ralseth right now. As we've got Anders Evensen, a Canmore Nordic athlete, come in. Looks like he's going to have a solid time. He's actually caught the skier that started 15 seconds from, that was Caden Ward of Walden Cross Country coming in. And then just behind him, 169, Graham Abbott from Canada Nordic. Again, there's 151 starters for the qualifier here for men. Now here we have 171, Anders Evensen of Canmore Nordic, Alberta World Cup Academy. He is an under 20 skier. He's 18 years of age. And I think he's got a good chance of qualifying for under 20. Should be, I think, potentially good enough. Here's William Gagné Duplessis from Muskie, just coming in. 172, Eli Bach from Mont Saint-Anne coming in. Now we have William Gagné Duplessis come in. William, an under 20 skier, and yeah, that's going to be a solid time. William should be able to move on to those heats, and the under 20 heats coming up at 12:50 Mountain Time. Raphael Guerreau coming in, 174. He is a senior athlete with Nakertok Nordic. Going to be maybe tough for Raphael to make that top 30 for the senior men. He's 37th right now in all of our categories, but that might be tough to stick around for the heats. Xavier Roy from Mont Saint-Anne, an under 20 skier. He should be good enough here. And you got to make that top 20 for each of those age groups to make it into the heats. And that is absolutely job one for these qualifiers. Mackenzie Sam, Club Chelsea Nordic, just starting to ratchet down the leaderboard. Going to be right on the bubble for under 20 athletes. Now turning our attention back to the start, that's Liam Ryan of Team Hardwood. Team Hardwood, located just north of Barrie, Ontario, in the Hardwood Hills ski area. Great ski area. Produced a lot of great skiers over the years. That ski area used to be run by Jack Sassville, the former national team coach here in Canada. And in fact, he would have been one of the coaches for the Canadian team at those 1988 Calgary Olympics. And then he went on to run Hardwood Hills for many years, and then he retired from that, and he's been doing a lot of coaching with Hardwood Hills. I'm not sure if he's at the national championships, but for many years he has been coming to the national championships and working with the Hardwood Hills team. Here is Edgar Sarazen, number 192 from Lappi Nordic. Another under 20 skier. These under 20 skiers, they're starting to see kind of what times are emerging and thinking, do they have a chance here to qualify for those heats? They got to get to the top 30 for their age group. But still many starters to go. We've got 152 starters, 151 starters, and we are maybe at the halfway point. So lots can still shift here. As Gabrielle Rochelot, another under 20 skier from Monteriski, heads out onto this 1.3 kilometer course at the Canmore Nordic Centre. You're just joining us. This is the sprint qualifier for the classic sprint heats later today. This is senior men and under 20 men on course. The women raced earlier today in the qualifier. Heats coming up at 11:30 and 12:50 for our senior athletes and under 20 athletes respectively. Alexis Quentin from Mont Saint-Anne. Big fan of the Mont Saint-Anne race suits. Definitely very stylish, and they've also produced a lot of very fast skiers. As Nicholas Blackwell from Rocky Mountain Racers comes up. Okay, now Edward southward in the start gates. Next up will be Nathaniel Snade. Great angle here. Mostly clear skies here in Canmore. Picture perfect day for classic racing. And you can actually see, I think that's Mark Ahrens, just in your screen there, one of our Para-Nordic Paralympic medalists. And this is that first climb out of the stadium. They come up the climb, and then they make a left-hand turn, a descent, and then they'll head to a second climb. You can see a lot of skiers hopping out of that track and then cutting to the left. Then you've got that, then they're going to make that turn coming down in a descent, and then this is the start of the second climb. That looked like Alexis Quentin, the Mont Saint-Anne race suit. So this is the start of the second climb. Again, this corner, once the heat start, is really important. You can see, because there's no track there, that skier is allowed some skate pushes to the side. That is allowed when there's no track and there's a corner, you're allowed skate pushes. But you have to be careful. Once there's a track in place, you are expected to be either in that track or double poling out of the track, not doing skate pushes. And we saw that with Ebba Anderson on the World Cup. Fresh off 3 World Championship victories, goes to Oslo, races the classic race, finishes 3rd initially, but then disqualified because of a technique violation in the classic races. Okay, and then this is that final descent. Then they double pole into the stadium, and that is the finish, as we see 194, Médéric Fortin of Ski Bec come in. And we have 152 starters, and we are only at about the halfway point. So lots can shift here. Still early moments in this qualifier. Again, you're trying to make the top 30 for your age group. That is the bubble. And there's probably already skiers looking at that bubble, sitting, say, 25th, 26th, going, oh, is it going to be enough with so many more skiers to come in? This is Justin Chartrand. He is a senior athlete, probably not going to be enough. But here is Alexis Quentin. He is a senior athlete. Ooh, it's going to be tough for him to qualify. Yeah, I think he has missed out on a qualifying spot. Nicholas Blackwell. Nicholas Blackwell may have done. Yes, Nicholas Blackwell is a senior athlete. And again, that's mixed, some young under 20 athletes in there. Nicholas Blackwell is going to be close to the edge. Might be able to hang on. Here's Edward Southward, another senior athlete. Probably not enough here for Edward to hold on for a top 30 for senior man at the end of the day. Here is 200. Nathaniel Snade, he is an under 20 athlete. He's into that final stretch. Nathaniel Snade, again, he is under 20, and he's got a chance. Oh, look at this, Cohen Norman. Another under 20 athlete from Scotia Cross Country Ski Club. Cohen Norman, I will say, will be going on to the under 20 heats. Great to see Nova Scotia with such a powerful result there. As we've got number 214 now, we still have another 50-some starters. Stefan Buxton Carr from Canmore Nordic and Team Trail Sports. He's in the start gates. .216, Aiden Armstrong, Foothills Nordic, and the Alberta ski team. Foothills Nordic, essentially headquartered out of Calgary, but very much race and train a lot in Canmore Nordic, and they often hold Alberta Cup races and such at the Canmore Nordic Centre, and those are organized by Foothills Nordic. So very, very strong, very successful club. That's also the club of Xavier McKeever, one of our World Cup athletes. Etienne Grenier, 217 from Skibec and the University of Laval. Then this is Thomas Boutet from Mont Saint-Anne. He had a strong result yesterday in the relays, made a strong contribution to his team. .219, Reed Sanford from Whitehorse Nordic. Another 16-year-old jumping into the under 20 category. Under 20 is typically, 18, 19-year-olds, but you do see some athletes saying, I'm a good sprinter. I want to get as much experience as I can at these high-level sprints. And that is a big factor. I love how this is allow these athletes, because sprinting, a big part of success is that experience, different tactics, and developing the patience, right? Patience is a big part of tactics, just holding off, controlling that adrenaline to the right moment, and then making that attack stick or saving enough for that finish. As Simon Bertiome from Skibec, another 16-year-old skier, is about to start. Camille Derome, another under 20 skier. So we'll see if some of these really young skiers we saw in the women's categories, the Kokolko twins, looks like they're going to challenge for the heats for the under 20, and they are only 16 years of age. Yeah, I can see Chantal Kukula has made the qualifiers, but Nicole Kukula maybe is not. She's right at 31st. So those are a couple Porcupine ski runners, athletes, just looking at our under 20 women's qualifiers, which was earlier in the day. So right now, if you're just joining us, this is the men's qualifier for the classic sprints, senior men and under 20 men. And that course, it's 2 climbs. This is now after the second climb, what you're seeing here, bit of a false descent. Then they have a chicane, go under the bridge, and then descend towards the stadium. Just looking at our under 20 men right now on the bubble is Noah Vanderzon with a time of 3:15.59. And you know what? 31 is 3:15.60. So 1/100th of a second right now separating 30th and 31st. So when you think about that lunge at the finish line, that lunge, if a really good lunge versus a poor lunge, is probably worth about 0.1 of a second. So that's quite a big margin. So that lunge is certainly an important skill to have for these sprints, both in not just in the heats, but in the qualifier as well. As 217 comes in, this is Etienne Grenier, one of our senior athletes. As he moves down the order, again, what you're seeing on the left-hand screen is a combination of your under 20 and senior athletes. Yeah, so very, very close here at that bubble position. It'll probably be hundredths of a second separating the skier that makes the heats and the skier that doesn't. As we have 218, Thomas Boutet come in. And here's a strong ski by Reed Sanford. He is a 16-year-old athlete from Whitehorse Nordic. don't think he quite made it, but great. Again, getting some experience here, at least in the qualifiers for these sprints for these young athletes. Jonah McConnell, that's a 17-year-old athlete from Whitehorse Nordic. So 221, Simon Bertium, 16-year-old skier. Ooh, I don't think that's going to be quite enough. $227, Johan Taylor Gregg from Big Thunder Nordic, veteran skier. And then, 222, that was Camille de Rome from Ski Beck. Here is Caleb Wiss from Walden Cross Country. Yeah, so it looks, just looking at the times here, Joel Herring, who is an under 20 athlete, yeah, just falling down the leaderboard again. It's top 30 for under 20, top 30 for senior men that will move on to the heats. So just looking at the time that you need for senior men, 3:10 is the bubble right now. And for U20 men, the bubble is 3:13. So you got to be within about 20 to 23 seconds of Julian Locke's time there. So not going to be enough for Rory Wilson right now. So yeah, for senior men, you got to be within about 20 seconds of Julian Locke's time. And for under 23 men, you got to be within about 23, 24 seconds of Julian Locke's time. So Johan Taylor Gregg, not quite enough. 228. That's could be close for Louis-Philippe Labbé. Maybe not quite enough, as we've got now turning our attention back to the start gates. This is Aidan Cotter, 17-year-old athlete from Caledonia Nordic in Prince George, British Columbia. And then next up will be 243, Thomas Fortin, under 20 skier. Again, it's about 3:10 for senior skiers and 3:13 for under 20 skiers to try and make those heats. And you see that official step into the gate. That's just to make sure, okay, we have someone that didn't show up for their start. Maybe they were sick. Maybe they're just not feeling great. They don't show up for their start. Just make sure that no one, with that adrenaline pumping at the start line, no one gets out of order here. As 246, Thomas Hayek of Team Hardwood, another 16-year-old athlete trying to get some experience here, trying find a way to get into those under 20 heats. And those heats coming up, senior men and women at 11:30, and under 20 men and women coming up at 12:50. Great view here, just the beautiful sky and mountains of Canmore Nordic Centre and the beautiful Rocky Mountains. Gavin Wynn, 248, Foothills Nordic, another under 20 skier, just keeping an eye on that bubble. And it's about 3:10 for senior men, 3:13 for under 20 men. Calum Cross, ready to start. Canmore Nordic athlete, another local Canmore athlete, and also a biathlete, Calum Cross. Joshua Go, Hollyburn Ski Club and University of British Columbia. Big cheers. He's a fan favorite. Gets a lot of flack on Instagram under the UBC Instagram page, but great skier. Always great fun. As we've got Matthew Broder from Nickel Plate Nordic, Penticton, British Columbia, also another UBC skier. Keeping an eye on that bubble for our senior and under 20 and also our under 20 men. So now that bubble is 3:12:50. Isaac Fantin from Club Chelsea Nordic is in that 30th spot. Eden Armstrong has been pushed out of the bubble. So right around 3:12. So about 22 to 23 seconds behind Julian Locke's time for under 20 men. And for senior men, that bubble right now, Edward Southward just sitting on that bubble still at 3:09:80. But just remember, as we work down the ranked skiers, we are getting lower and lower ranks. We are going to get into some international skiers that don't have CPL rankings, and for sure, one or two of those skiers will displace some of our other skiers from earlier in the day. So it's starting to stabilize for senior men, but I think if I was sitting in 30th or 29th spot for senior men, I would still be hesitant about getting super excited for the heats. Just be patient. We've got a few more unranked skiers that could upset those rankings. But you are there. You can see your top 5 skiers, and actually we got Julian Locke in first, Max Cluck, an American skier, in second. Kendon Maschenter sitting in 5th right now. Someone, potentially a dark horse in those heats once we get to them. Here is Thomas Hayek with a strong ski here. Could Thomas Hayek, a 16-year-old athlete, make it in? Oh, I think he may have slotted into the top 30 for under 20 men, and he is only 16 years of age. He is going to be right on that bubble. Again, it's probably within a few tenths of a second whether he's going to qualify or not. 2:48. Gavin Wynn coming in. And this is under 20 men and senior men, but what you do see is some of these 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, they know maybe they're a good sprinter and they know experience is so important. Hey, if I can somehow, even just a qualifier is getting them experience, but getting into those heats, there's just so much to learn in a real sprint heat. As Eli Woodman comes in, not going to be enough to qualify. 2:51, you can just see him in the screen there. That is Matthew Broder. Now, he is a senior athlete. We've also got Caleb Cross coming in. That is 2:49, but 2:51. Keep an eye on Matthew Broder. That may be enough for Matthew Broder. He is a senior athlete. I don't think it's going to be quite enough for Matthew to make that top 30 for senior men. Oh, yeah, 23 seconds. So he's going to be out of the top 30 for senior men. Okay, 2:52, Wyatt Gitt from the Hollyburn Ski Club coming in. Yeah, Thomas Hayek right now is sitting 30th. Thomas Hayek, the 16-year-old from Hardwood Hills, is sitting 30th by 7/100ths of a second. Can Thomas Hayek hold on to the top 30 for under 20 men? As Nick Beacon comes in, Nick, not quite enough to qualify for our senior men. 2:54, Reese Krischlau, and not quite enough to qualify. $2.55, Samuel Valenti. Nope, not quite enough for that under 20 skier from Big Thunder Nordic. Qualify again, that Thomas Hayek, the 16-year-old from Team Hardwood, right now 7/100ths of a second within the bubble. As we've got 2:70, so we're getting to our later starters. Now that is Nathan Marseille, a French skier. He's a senior skier from the Courchevel Club. Then we've got a couple of NCAA skiers. The Harvard Crimson, we've got Edwin Ryerson, an under 20 skier. He is definitely someone that could push someone out on that under 20 bubble. And our final starter, another Harvard Crimson NCAA athlete, Cyrus Hamlin. So the Harvard Crimson, their coach wanted to extend their season. They've got a young team. This is the team that Remy Drolet, the Roslyn, British Columbia athlete, skied on for 4 years, won an NCAA championships with. They're rebuilding that team. They wanted to come up to Canmore, extend their season. He is our last starter, Cyrus Hamlin. So we have definitely a few starters that could upset things. Also started a little bit earlier, 267, Cameron Cruikshank. So we're right now into those moments where a handful of athletes are just sitting on pins and needles. Can they qualify? We had Thomas Hayek, a 16-year-old, sitting right now in 30th by 7/100ths of a second. Can he hold on to that position? Can he make the heats as we are into our final skiers here in our men's qualifier, both under 20 and senior men? Our heats again will come up for senior athletes at 11:30 and under 20 athletes at 12:50. That is mountain time. So that is approximately a little over an hour away from our senior heats and about 2.5 hours away for our under 20 heats. Okay. Yes, this is a very, very tense moment in the qualifiers because now things may seem to have stabilized, but there's always a handful of uncategorized athletes because they're international athletes typically that come to the Canadian Nationals to race. They can't win a Canadian championship, but they can qualify for the heats and they can bump someone out of those heats. Again, job number one is qualify. Who is going to qualify? And there's 267. That is Cameron Cruikshank, the Scottish skier from Huntly Nordic, and he's setting a good time. He is a senior skier, but he's got to be within about 20 seconds of Julian Locke's time to make it into the heats. The Scottish skier giving it everything he's got. Time is ticking down. I don't think it's going to be enough for the Huntly Nordic skier. Yeah, I think he's just going to be out of that. Huntly Nordic, of course, the club of Andrew Musgrave, one of the top World Cup skiers, but Cameron Cruikshank. For all the folks joining from Scotland watching this broadcast, I don't think Cameron's going to do it, as we've got 265 William Sandloss come in from Avalon Nordic, cross country Newfoundland and Labrador. But now we've got, this is 270 coming in. This is someone that could, this is Nathan Marseille. This is someone that could bump someone out of the heats. Yes, Nathan Marseille is going to bump one of the senior skiers out. We had 269, Isaac Becker come in. Here is our final under 20 skier, Edwin Ryerson. Edwin Ryerson, is he going to knock Thomas Hayek out of the top 30 for under 20? He needs to be within 23 seconds of Julian Locke's time. No, it's not going to be enough. The 16-year-old Thomas Hayek from Team Hardwood is going to the heats as we've got one more skier. This is a senior skier coming in, Cyrus Hamlin of the Harvard Crimson. Don't think he's going to have a good enough time to qualify for the heats. He was one of our final qualifiers to come in. He was our final starter. And it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Cyrus Hamlin. So looking at our senior men, we did see Nathan Marseille, the French skier, come in. I think he's going to bump Edward southward out of that top 30 of our qualifying times. If I've just seen if his time is registered just yet. Yeah, I think Edward Southward is going to be knocked out of the top 30, but very interesting. A 16-year-old skier qualifying by 7/100ths of a second to make it into the heats. These qualifiers, they can be very tense. And job number one, make it into the top 30 for your age category. And then you can fight it out in the heats. You always have a chance when you get to the heat. So thank you for joining us here for the qualifiers. We had our women earlier, the men just finishing up. Again, those times, senior men and women, 11:30 for the heats. Under 20 men and women, 12:50 mountain time for the heats. Thank you for joining us this morning for the qualifiers. Going to be some exciting racing, speed, and tactics coming up in the heats later today. We'll see you then.
gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment, start with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I'm a to my habit, so I gotta do it, man, I tell them the math is, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, this for the moment, start with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits, so I gotta do it, man, I tell them to math this, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that we are set for life. Yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it. I've been cut to my habits, so I gotta do it, man. I tell them the madness, cause I've been really putting, man. I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this. They gonna see that I.
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiccanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
Ding, ding, ding. Hey everyone, we're at World Champs in Trondheim. Welcome to a tour of our wax truck. I can't wait to take you around and take you inside. This wax truck is our home base no matter where we are in Europe, every venue we're at. We always know what it's like in there. It is our home away from home. And it's also just a fundamental part of allowing us to compete at the level that we compete at, and it's allowed us to get the results that we've had. We've had some amazing results this season. So I don't know what we would do without it. I can't wait to take you inside. Hey there! This is literally the first time I've ever been in the driver's seat in the wax truck. As you can see, it doubles as storage for our wax bags because we actually have a pretty small wax truck, despite what it looks like. I think we have the smallest one on tour actually, but let's show you the back of the cab. That's the cool part. Okay, now we're in the back of the cab. This is where a lot of our wax techs store their bags. Sometimes this wax truck is on the road for 20 plus hours. So as you can see, there's areas for used for storage right now, but people can sleep up there. Our techs can sleep up there. There's more storage up here. And this doubles as a warm place for athletes when we make sprint heats. Sometimes we hang out in here between the qualifier and the heats. It's super comfortable. We can dry our boots and just hang out. Okay, I'll take you to the athlete tent now. This is like the athlete's home base, the athlete's change room. It's also where we store our ski bags and our pull tubes. So yeah, the floor is whatever we get in the parking lot. Sometimes it's ice, sometimes it's a lake, sometimes it's gravel. This is actually pretty good, so thank you, Trondheim. We have our chairs, we have our table where we get our sport drink, recovery drink, and we always have a heater going, so it's always actually pretty cozy in here. Welcome inside. Okay, we're in the wax truck now. We have stations for 6 techs, so we can have way more techs than we would have if we were in a small wax cabin. We also can just store all of the equipment, all of the skis in here, so we don't need to be unloading and reloading at every race site. There's a ventilation system in here to keep the techs healthy. And yeah, this wax truck actually was the first one ever built. It was built for the Swedish team in 2008, and I think we purchased it from them around 2011, 2012. And we've had it ever since, and yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, this right here, as we can see, is Eve's station. We have the form, we have all of the waxes that he's been using. We have these drawers with some personal stuff, some tools in them. These drawers lock for when the truck is driving. And, you know, we got the trash bin over here, access to skis right here. You don't have to move very much. Yeah, fast skis being made right here. Okay, Alain, can you talk to us about the ski storage in the wax truck?
So we have what we call the cube, which can take about 300 pairs of skis, and then excess skis will either be kept here above each technician. Each technician cares for 2 to 4 athletes, and we have also ski bags in storage outside. So usually about 500-600 pairs of skis are travel in the truck on any given weekend, and each athlete has 25 to 40 pairs of skis for classic and skating for various conditions.
And on top of that, we have a test fleet, right? Where we test wax and structure and things like that?
Yeah, we have 2 sets for classic, 2 sets for skating to test light wax, as well as a full set to test manual structures.
And finally, do the techs get skis?
No, the techs don't have skis, but we do have a small little shelf with training skis, old skis that aren't used by anyone. So usually when tech or coaches want to go skiing, they pick in that section. So there's about half a dozen pairs of skis.
I have a question. I heard a rumor that one of those skis that the techs sometimes use was the ski that Alex won the World Championship 50K on. Is that true?
That's very true, actually. They're right here. You can see Alex. And they're one of the favorite because they have this clear base with hard edges on the end, so they're very good on ice, and they're usually the favorite for any of the coaches or technician to go skiing.
That would have been a good ski today with how icy the track was.
Yeah, actually today they went out with somebody already, so they get used multiple times per week.
Hey, Eve, we have a lot of these squeaky toys in the truck. And there's some cows somewhere. Rabbit. And the duck up here. Okay, why do we have all these squeaky toys in the truck? Oh, we're getting testing data. Okay, where did these squeaky toys come from?
Every time we go to shop for some sandpaper or something we need to work in the truck here, Joel Jake always find out those little like chicken, like rubber chicken, and he always like in the store, he's like making the noise, looking at me, laughing like crazy, and we have to buy them. So it's just for fun. Just for fun. Keep people also when they walk in, they say, "What are you?" Just yeah, they're just for fun.
It is one of my favorite parts of the wax truck, and it sounds like you had to keep Joel happy too. Yes. You're like keeping a kid happy.
Yeah. Hopefully.
At the front of the truck, we have a really important station, actually, the snack station, which keeps the techs going on really, really long days. As you can see right now, the stores are a little low. We have a few chocolate bars, a few candies, and some fruit, and some water, I guess. On race days, this stash gets really big, and the athletes do actually respect it, and I don't think the athletes touch this at all because we need our techs to have energy, so that's important. Also, this is a little espresso machine that gets used. The techs are generous with this. If an athlete needs coffee, they can come in here and get an espresso. Yeah, we have a TV in the wax truck too, and this is usually on race weekends. Usually the ski race that's happening a couple hundred meters away is on the TV because sometimes the techs, actually often the techs can't be on course while we're racing. So this is how they follow along while they're either preparing skis for the next race, or they're just busy with whatever tasks they have in the truck. But often also we come in here and there's some alpine racing on the TV. So yeah, our techs are not loyal to cross-country skiing, but that's okay. So radios are an essential piece of equipment for our tech team. Every tech has a radio on them pretty much, and they're constantly communicating throughout the day, whether about what's coming through in testing, like the structures or the waxes that are coming through, or just communicating details to make sure the right people are at the right place at the right time. Yeah, again, this is really home base for our tech team. So every tech has a basket or multiple, and up here they keep their extra boots, their extra clothes, and any personal items they might have. Okay, we just asked Eve to turn on the ventilation system to see how that works. So the ventilation system just keeps our techs healthy, keeps their lungs healthy. And as you can see, it's on right now. So it just covers every station and it just sucks up any fumes from the irons. Yeah, health is important. Oh, did I just lose it? So when the fan system is on, it creates a vacuum inside the wax truck. And this is funny for me as an athlete, actually, because my first time working with the wax truck, I would try to come in and I thought that they had like locked the door on me or that they were like holding the door because it was so hard to open because of the vacuum effect. But you really need to put your body weight into it to open the door. This is fairly new, actually. This has only been here in the last 2 years. 2 years ago, the high performance team came together and had plenty of meetings over the spring. They were trying to find a motto that embodied what we were trying to do as an organization, as a team, and this is what they came up with. So now it's on the door of the truck. Anytime anyone comes in or goes out, they are reminded of a common goal that we all share together towards excellence, and it's on this wall over here as well. And yeah, we're gonna try to go together towards excellence this week in Trondheim. Yeah, how's it going? Stick your head out. Okay, thanks for following along on our tour of the wax truck. We really hope you liked it. The last time we did a tour of the wax truck was like 8 years ago, and it's still one of the most viewed videos on YouTube. So let's make this one the new most viewed video on YouTube for Nordiq Canada. And yeah, thank you for your support, and I can't wait to have your support as we race at World Champs and as we finish the season strong. And yeah, we're excited about this team. So thank you for everything.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, I start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been building my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them to map this. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, it's out with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I'ma cut my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them the madness. Cause I've been really better, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, these for the moment, start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know what they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cut to my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them the madness. Cause I be really good, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
dreaming. Gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, this for the moment, start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that we are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know what they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been putting my habit, so I gotta do it, man, I tell them the madness, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
It is day 6 of competition, and it is the classic sprint today. We have the senior and under 20 men and women racing, and it'll be the senior men and women that will be first off. So our first heat coming up in 2 minutes here for the classic sprints at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. In this first heat will be 4:01 Katie Weaver, 4:10 Virginie Magnon, 4:11 Stella Duncan, 4:20 Katja Semenuk, 4:21 Bronwyn Williams, and 4:30 Tova Halverson. And we had the qualifier. And we had the qualifier earlier today, the top 30 senior women moving on to the heats and the top 30 senior men moving on to the heats. We had very, very close qualifiers, just hundredths of a second separating the skiers that made it and the skiers that didn't. And job number one was to get into the heats. So 30 skiers have done that here for the senior women, and we are under a minute to start. This is a 1.3 kilometer course, 2 climbs every time around the course. This is the World Cup course. This is the course used for the 2024 World Cups in Canmore. Again, our starting order here in the first heat: Katie Weaver, 4:01. 4:20 is Katja Semenuk. 4:10 Virginie Magnon in the red arms and red legs there, and 4:11 that's Stella Duncan. 4:21 Bronwyn Williams in the blue, and Tova Halverson in the red and black. And we are about to get underway here with our sprint heats. This is the first quarterfinal heat for the women. Senior women, it'll be senior women racing their 5 quarterfinals, then senior men racing their quarterfinals, and then we'll go through to senior finals for championships. The way this works is the top 2 skiers will qualify for the next heats. So it's quarterfinals, top 2 will move on to the semifinals from each heat. Then at the end of the quarterfinals, we look at the next 2 best times, and those 2 skiers, known as the lucky losers, will also then move on to the semifinals. The semifinals works the same way to get into the final. So we're on that first climb, all tightly bunched together. So the way it works, that first climb, pretty steep climb, and that is Katie Weaver at the front, 4:01. And then that looks like, I think, Stella Duncan sitting there in second spot. You can see just off the back is, I think that's Tova Halverson just off the back. So then they make a right-hand turn, and they're going to come down that hill that you're just seeing there, and then they're going to make a hard right-hand turn to the second climb. There we go. Now they're starting that second climb. You can see it is Katie Weaver out front. Then we have Stella Duncan in second, but very close there. And this is the second climb, and this is really important. If you're going to go for a gap, you want to do it here. You don't want anyone right behind you, because then you're going to have a descent and people can get within that draft, get that slingshot. So it looks like Katie Weaver trying to play it safe, trying to move to the front here and open up a gap, make sure she gets to the semifinals. But very close. There's 2 or 3 skiers very close after that. Looks like Stella Duncan, 4:11, that's sitting in second spot. So here's Katie Weaver. Look at that lead that she has. She was a dominant qualifier. She had the best time by quite a margin. She is out front. Then we've got 2 more skiers close together. That looks like Stella Duncan in third, and then I think that was Virginie Magnon in second. So they're going to have chicane, and then they go under the bridge, and then they come down into the stadium. So that is Katie Weaver out front. Again, the top 2 automatically move on to the next heat. So we're going to have Katie Weaver fairly easily move on to the semifinals. Not a surprise. The World Cup skier, she had a 16th place in a classic sprint on the World Cup earlier this season. But now it's that battle for that second spot. And you can see stepping to the left of your screen was Stella Duncan. So we should have Stella Duncan on the left there, just behind Katie Weaver and Virginie Magnon. And so they are double polling to the finish. Katie Weaver can ease up. She is going to make it easily into the semifinals. But now that second qualifier spot is between Stella Duncan and Virginie Magnon. Stella Duncan of the Rocky Mountain Racers is going to automatically qualify and move on to the semifinals. And it is Virginie Magnon in third and 420 Katja Semenuk in fourth. Right now, it is Katja Semenuk and Virginie Magnon that are in those quote-unquote lucky loser positions as we have Tova Halverson come in here. Again, that's our quarterfinal one, and it is Katie Weaver automatically moving on and Stella Duncan moving on with the Rocky Mountain Racers. And there is our next heat. So we've got a Harvard skier in there. We've got Amelia Wells, who won our skate race 3 days ago on Tuesday. And it's a 1.3 kilometer course. And they've got 2 climbs. So they come out of the stadium. They've got this first long climb. And one thing that's interesting, what we saw in the qualifiers is a lot of skiers hopped out of the track and went into that loose snow. We'll see if they're doing that here. It has warmed up a little bit. It's above zero here in Canmore, but that snow temperature is probably still below zero. And we'll see how they navigate this first climb. If anyone hops out of the track, that is Amelia Wells out front, number 404 with the Alberta World Cup Academy. And then to her left is Marley Molinaro in the green of University of Alaska at Anchorage. Also in this is Tabitha Williams, Imogen Nadler-Smith, Sarah Cullen, and Hayden McJunkin in this heat. So this is the second climb. So they get to the top of the climb, they have a descent, and then they have a hard right-hand turn. And this sets you up for that second climb. This is where we saw in the World Cup a lot of attacks for those skiers that wanted to try and open a gap before the descent. And it looks like Amelia Wells out in the blue and black. Then that green, that is Marley Molinaro from the Revelstoke Nordic Club, but she races in her University of Alaska at Anchorage race suit. So she is sitting second right now. Tabitha Williams is a Canmore-born skier, but she now races with Great Britain. And she also, I believe, skis with University of Alaska at Fairbanks. So she knows this course well. She knows how to pace herself on this course. She knows how to be patient on this course. But that is Amelia Wells, certainly not waiting around. Then you've got Marley Molinaro. Then I think that's Imogen Nadler-Smith in third. Sarah Cullen in there, and that is Hayden McJunkin, one of our Harvard Crimson NCAA athletes. And the Harvard team, they wanted to extend their season, made a trip up to the Canmore National Championships. We see that a lot with the NCAA athletes. They want to extend their season. NCAA Championships were just a few weeks ago, and this is an opportunity for them to do that. Of course, Harvard, one of the team of Remy Drolet, the great Canadian skier who recently graduated from Harvard. Okay, there is Amelia Wells out front. Marley Molinaro has great skis there. She ran right up on Amelia Wells. There is Imogen Nadler-Smith. So they are trying to make it into the top two. Imogen Nadler-Smith coming on the outside, starting to catch up a little bit on Marley Molinaro. But it is going to be Amelia Wells of the Alberta World Cup Academy out front. Then Marley Molinaro right there in second. And Imogen Nadler-Smith, that's a pretty solid time. She may be able to make it into the semifinals on time. as Tabitha Williams just comes in, and there's Hayden McJunkin. Okay, here we are for our third quarterfinal heat. We've got Eliane Tremblay in the blue, the navy blue. We've got 425 Jenna Price in the red. We've also got Natalie Wilkie, the 6th qualifier Para Nordic athlete. Clara Lake in the white from Harvard. We've also got Brooke Ailey from Rocky Mountain Racers in there as well. So this was really interesting that Natalie Wilkie, a Para Nordic athlete, qualified with the able-bodied athlete. She was the 6th qualifier. And if you know Natalie Wilkie, she is so mentally strong. Her mental skills, her ability to stay relaxed and patient under enormous pressure is so amazing. So let's see how she progresses here. When it comes to this course, this is a tough course, but as Russell Kennedy talked about in his preview, patience can be important here. If you want to just tuck in and wait until that final sprint, come out of the draft onto that final sprint, that is definitely a valid strategy on this course, certainly as you move up into the semifinals and finals. But we'll see how this develops. That does look like Eliane Tremblay first, Natalie Wilkie second, Clara Lake 416 in third, Brooke Ailey in fourth. Okay, so now what happens is they get to the top of that climb, then they make a descent, and then they have a hard right-hand corner before that second climb. And you can see that's Eliane Tremblay and Natalie Wilkie right there together as they come in to this second climb. Eliane Tremblay, the 5th qualifier, Natalie Wilkie, the 6th qualifier, and Natalie Wilkie there on the right-hand side. Ski to ski with Eliane Tremblay. They're pulling ahead of Clara Lake. My guess is they're going to try and push over this climb and play it safe, making sure they can get into the semifinals, get those top 2 qualifying spots, those automatic qualifiers to get into the final. So it is Eliane Tremblay and Natalie Wilkie out front right now here in our senior women's third quarterfinal heat. So we'll see now. This is that false descent where they've got a double pull through this section. Oh, and Eliane Tremblay has opened up a gap on Natalie Wilkie, but they have probably about 2 or 3 seconds, about 2.5 seconds there on Clara Lake of the Harvard Crimson. Then we've got Brooke Ailey, and I think that was Maude Mulgat just behind her in 5th spot. Then they've got, it's a bit of a chicane and a hard right-hand turn under the bridge. And that turn can really get that, big berm of snow. So you got to be aware on that corner how you want to take those lines, and a lot of different lines that you can take through that corner under the bridge. But clearly we have 2 skiers out front, and look at the skis of Natalie Wilkie. She was in the draft, and see how much longer Natalie Wilkie there in the red and black of the National Para Nordic team was able to stay in that track, stay in that tuck. Wow, Natalie Wilkie, she looks behind herself. She's like, I got another 100 meters, but I can ease up and save my energy for the semifinal. Natalie Wilkie, 24 years of age, multiple Paralympic medals, is going to go on to the semifinals of our able-bodied athletes. And then Eliane Tremblay getting that second qualifier spot. Third is 415. Maude Mulgat. Fourth was Clara Lake in 416. Then Brooke Ailey, and then Jenna Price coming in. So in that third heat, Eliane Tremblay and Natalie Wilkie moving on to our next heat. And here we go. We're going to have Hannah Shields, one of the favorites in here, our second qualifier. We've also got Helen McGulloch in here, one of our top college skiers. Anna Stewart from Thunder Bay area, but now racing for the University of Denver. Leah Wrights, Anev Buell, and Shiloh Russo. Shiloh Russo, part of that Ontario B team that was heavy underdogs to medal in the relays yesterday, and they did get a bronze medal. So this is the first climb coming out of the stadium. Right now, just looking at our lucky losers, we've got Virginia Magnon and Imogen Nadler-Smith with the two next best times out of our non-automatic qualifiers. And that should be Hannah Shields. Hannah Shields is on a great nationals here. She is out front, originally from Thunder Bay, now living in Ottawa. Yeah, that is Hannah Shields out front in first. Then I think that's Helen McCulloch in second, and I think Anna Stewart in third. And this is that second climb, this critical climb. Tactically, do you go here, open up a gap? Okay, here we go. 4:12 and 4:19 in second and third. Anna Stewart and Leah Wright's in there. So now they're catching. They are catching Hannah Shields here. Anna Stewart, who is a past medalist in under 20. She's a very, very strong classic sprinter. This is the senior women. This is the fourth heat. She is catching Hannah Shields, the top of this climb. Now we're going to see, sometimes it's a little bit deceptive on that climb. You think, oh, they're catching up. But really, time-wise, there's still a meaningful gap once they get to the top of that climb. So we're going to see a little bit of a descent, then this false descent where they've got a double pole, keep their speed up. That is still Hannah Shields. Yeah, she's got a decent gap. Anna Stewart in third. And then we've got, I think that was Shiloh Russo in fifth. So now they're under the bridge, and they're going to come down, descend into the stadium. Hannah Shields, the second best qualifier. She had an incredible first leg in the relay yesterday. She is on really good form. And look at that tuck. She gets really, really low. That's kind of the Sonia Schmidt tuck. Gets really, really low on that descent. And then we'll see who is in second. That's Hannah Shields, well out in front. Second place, able to kind of just look down, see, is there any skiers right on her tail? And that looked like Anna Stewart. Yeah, Anna Stewart has moved into second. I think that should be 4:12. Yeah, 4:12. Anna Stewart. These are actually two skiers that grew up in Thunder Bay. Anna Stewart of the University of Denver now is got great skis. She's able to catch up to Hannah Shields, and it is going to be Hannah Shields and Anna Stewart automatically qualifying for our senior women's semifinals. And is this time going to be good enough for Helen McCulloch? I don't think so. Shiloh Russo at 4:29 with a solid quarterfinal, but I don't think those times will be good enough to qualify as on time for the next heat. Okay, here, our fifth quarterfinal. Final chance now to make it in the semifinals. 4:03 is our top qualifier, Leah Venus. We've also got Kate Mason there in the white, 4:13. Clara Barrington-Craggs, 4:08. 4:18, Sienna Brennan-Rabb. 4:23, Vilda Borseth. So this is the first climb on the sprint course. Two climbs in total on this 1.3 kilometer course. This is the longest climb. So just a little bit more on the skiers in this heat. Leah Venus, 4:03. She is a Norwegian skier, but she's now training out of Sovereign Lake Nordic near Vernon, British Columbia. So she is a BC licensed skier, and she is out front. She recently had a sixth place and a fourth place finish at the NCAA Championships, where she competes for University of Denver as a graduate student. Then we've got, looks like an Alberta World Cup Academy athlete in second. So they're over the first climb. Now that descent before the start of the second climb. Yeah, Leah Venus out front by a good margin. If you're just joining us, this is the quarterfinals, the fifth quarterfinal heat for our senior women. Coming up after this will be the senior men's heats. So I can see in there, that was Kate Mason. So I think that's Clara Barrington-Craggs in second right now. 4:08. Very much stretched out here on this second climb of the sprint course. Yeah, here we go. Leah Venus out front. Then Clara Barrington-Craggs in second. But just holding in there is Kate Mason. Kate Mason, desperate moments here, trying to stay with Clara Barrington-Craggs. Also in there, Sienna Brennan-Rabb and Vilda Borseth. And Emmanuel Simard, 4:28. Emmanuel Simard is the sixth skier in that group. So there's Leah Venus on the descent now, but we're going to have a battle for that second qualifying spot between Clara Barrington-Craggs and Kate Mason. Kate in the white, Clara Barrington-Craggs in the blue and black. Then we've got Sienna Brennan-Rabb, Vilda Borseth, and Emmanuel Simard in those 4th through 6th positions. I don't think this is a really fast heat for that kind of second and third skier, so I think it's probably going to have to be getting to that second place position to get into the semifinal. So we're going to have a sprint for that second spot. Leah Venus looks over her shoulder, knows she's got room, but look at that. Moving into second was Kate Mason. Just a little bit faster skis, and that is setting her up for this final 100 meters here in this straightaway into the finish. So what you're watching here, 5th quarter final heat, that is Leah Venus out front, and then the sprint for that second automatic qualifier spot, and that sprint's going to be important. And now gaining is Clara Barrington-Craggs. It is going to be, I think, a lunch for the line. Clara Barrington-Craggs is going to just move ahead of Kate Mason and get that second spot. So Clara Barrington-Craggs and Leah Venus are your automatic qualifiers, and I don't think that heat was fast enough for any of these other skiers to make it based on time. So right now, just on the bubble is Imogen Nadler-Smith to make it into the semifinals. Okay, now we are into our men's heats. Julian Locke is the big favorite here. He's in the blue. Noah Weir-Chaba, 460 in the blue and black. We've also got Alexandre Cormier, 461. Nicholas Randall, 470. Alexander Randall, 471, and Alexis Irmel. So we've got two brothers, the Randall brothers, in this heat, 470 and 471. So they qualified in 20th and 21st place. Okay, so there's going to be not only a battle to make it into the semifinals, there is going to be a battle to see which sibling finishes higher in this national championship sprint event here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. So here, all 6 skiers close together up this first climb, staying in the track, looking fairly relaxed. It doesn't look like this is a really hard pace for at least the first 2 or 3 athletes. So staying a little more relaxed. I believe the Randall brothers are in the Lakehead University race suits, if I'm not mistaken. So then they have that descent before the second climb. We've got 2 skiers close together. Julian Locke in the fully blue. There's on your right, that I believe is Noah Weir-Chaba. On the left in the full blue suit is Julian Locke, one of our favorites today, the veteran World Cup skier Julian Locke. So now he's on the right side of your screen in the full blue race suit. Then we've got Noah Weir-Chaba out of the track, running in that loose snow. Then we've got, I think, one of the Randall brothers sitting in 3rd, and then Cormier and Irmel in 4th and 5th, and then one of the other Randall brothers in 6th. Hard to tell them apart from this angle, but the Randall brothers, 2 brothers in this heat. And Noah Weir-Chaba, my goodness, he is not taking a risk here. He wants to be ahead of Julian Locke, and then I think that's Nicholas Randall in 3rd. Nicholas Randall right on the skis of Julian Locke. Looks like Nicholas Randall, I think, is hoping to just stay in Julian Locke's draft until that final stretch. Okay, into the descent. Noah Weir-Chaba, NWC out front. Then we've got Julian Locke and Nicholas Randall, I believe, in 2nd and 3rd. And you see how Nicholas Randall, just patient, Stay in the tuck. Stay relaxed. Let that heart rate come down. It's going to come down in the sprint. Okay, Julian Locke now emerging in that sprint. But it's no Weir Chaba out front. Now Nicholas Randle is moving to the outside. This would be a huge upset in the quarterfinals if Nicholas Randle can outsprint Julian Locke here to get that second automatic qualifier. And they are gaining on no Weir Chaba. I think Julian Locke's going to have to move to the other track. Oh, it's a lunge for that second automatic qualifying spot. No Weir Chaba played it safe, but then it's going to be a photo between Nicholas Randle and Julian Locke. I think maybe Julian Locke got that spot there for the second automatic qualifier, but I think that's going to be a photo review as we've got our next heat coming up. My goodness, Nicholas Randle, who had a phenomenal leg yesterday in the relay, also on good form here, the Lakehead University athlete, challenging one of our favorites, Julian Locke, here in this quarterfinal. That was a very fast first heat for our men. Our second heat coming up. And I'm just looking at our women's time. So getting those lucky loser positions. Unfortunately, Imogen Nadler-Smith not making it. Kate Mason moving forward from that third spot in that final heat. Okay, coming up next will be our senior men's second quarterfinal heat. We've got 454, Julian Smith. He's with the training center out of Thunder Bay. He's going to be right just behind that official. Garrett Seaver, 457. Sorry, let's make sure. 454. Yeah, that was Julian Smith right in the middle. 457, Garrett Seaver. He's in the telemark race suit. Parker Court Rathwell, 464. He's got the just a white on the sleeves. Tashi Klashka, the Comet, 467. He is on the right side of your screen in that BC team race suit. 474. Robin Mason in the Alberta World Cup Academy race suit, and 477 in the white. Okay, so this is our second men's quarterfinal heat. As usual, top two move on to the semifinals, and then it comes down to time across all the heats. The next best two times will move on as the lucky losers. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals, brought to you on the Home Team Network. Our great sponsors for this live stream, Salomon and Rundle. Salomon, such a great supporter of Canadian skiing, and Rundle ski poles and roller skis, such a great Canadian ski company. And here we go, underway, and it is the skier in blue. That is Garrett Seaver. Garrett Seaver, he's with the University of Alaska at Anchorage. He has not been happy with his season. I talked to one of his coaches. He says he's not happy with his season, but he did qualify in 7th spot, and he's opened up a gap. So Garrett Seaver, who is not happy with this season, this could be a great way to finish off his season. So Garrett Seaver out front. Then I think that is potentially Tashi the Comet Klashka in second. The sprinter originally from Winnipeg, now at Sovereign Lake Nordic. This is a great angle to see. So Garrett Seaver looking very strong, very powerful. Then we've got Tashi Klashka. Now Julian Smith moving up. And also Parker Court Rathwell is moving up as well. Okay, now the question is, did Garrett Seaver go too hard and not able to hold that gap? But so far, Garrett Seaver has a meaningful gap. Now we have Klashka in second. Julian Smith, one of our favorites today, is in 4th. But Julian Smith, a veteran, he can stay patient. He can stay relaxed. He's a very strong double pole finisher. And just getting an update on that previous heat, Julian Locke, 5/100ths of a second over Nicholas Randle. So Julian Locke, automatic qualifier, but Nicholas Randle put him to the test. Okay, we got 5 skiers. I think that's 4. Yeah, it is 5 skiers coming in. Who has the best skis? Okay, Garrett Seaver still leading, but look at the skis. On your left hand is Julian Smith. Tashi Klaska moving up on the right. Actually, Tashi Klaska moving to that far right track. It is Garrett Seaver in the light blue in the middle. Julian Smith starting to gain now on the left-hand side. Julian Smith moving up. It's going to come down, I think, for that second spot between Seaver and Klaska, and it's going to be Julian Smith moving on, Garrett Seaver in that second automatic qualifier. I don't think this one was fast enough for Klaska to, maybe he might be moving into that second lucky loser spot at this point after 2 heats. Okay, Julian Smith staying very patient there. You can see he was in 4th going into that descent, but staying very relaxed, saving his energy. He knows he's got a strong finish, and he was able to pull away on that finishing straight. Garrett Seaver moving on to the semifinals. That's awesome for Garrett Seaver. Again, talking to his coach, Garrett was not happy with this season, but if you can finish off a season with a good result, that can make a big difference as you train over the summer. Think about your next season. That end of season result is amazing how it plays into your psychology, and it can work both ways. So that these nationals can definitely set people up for their summer training and getting psyched for the next season. Okay, in this heat, we've got Luke Allen, 455, right in the middle in the Thunder Bay Training Center suit. 456, Kendon Mashinter with the blue toque. Then we've got 465, Victor Emile Thibault with the black toque. Then we've got on the outside, Alexander Bork and Mats Helverson. Also in there, Max Mahaffey, who had that incredible last leg for Team Ontario B to get 3rd in the relay. Okay, so Luke Allen, top 5 finish at the NCAA championships this year, racing with the Thunder Bay Training Center here at the Nationals. Kendon Mashinter, also with the Thunder Bay Training Center, former 800-meter track runner. Now, 800 meters, that's about 2 minutes. So Kendon Mashinter, certainly someone for the sprints, and he has worked so hard on his classic technique. He's made such huge improvements. So we'll see if Kendon Mashinter can put together a big race here. But this is very tight. This 3rd heat has a lot of skiers that qualified close together, and that is in the blue. That is Kendon Mashinter. So Kendon Mashinter out front, 456. But very close here. So Kendon Mashinter, the former 800-meter track runner, converting to ski racing, made a lot of improvements the last couple years. You can follow him on YouTube. Thousands of followers, thousands of views on his YouTube videos. And it's Kendon Mashinter, think on the right, 456, then 455, Luke Allen in 2nd. But I think we've got a good 5 skiers in the hunt here. 1 skier at the back, not happy with his kick wax. And there's Kendon Mashinter. Now he's running up on the left-hand side. Luke Allen sitting in 2nd. Another skier to watch for, 466, Max Mahaffey. Again, part of that Ontario B relay team. Really gutsy performance yesterday. In fact, I looked under the Oxford Dictionary, and if you look under the word gutsy, they now have a picture of the Ontario B relay team, because that was definitely an underdog performance yesterday in the relays for the Ontario B team. The 2nd team, they got bronze yesterday. Max Mahaffey anchoring them to a sprinting at the finish with 2 other teams and getting that bronze. Okay, now the descent into the stadium. I think that is Kendon Mashinter out front. He has a blue toque on. Luke Allen will have the red toque. As they zoom in, I think that's actually Luke Allen. So Luke Allen, our 5th qualifier, has moved into the lead. Then we've got Kendon Mashinter, and I think Max Mahaffey. Okay, we've got 3 Thunder Bay Training Center athletes sprinting for 2 qualifying spots. This is a slower heat. You got to get into the top 2, I think, to qualify. Luke Allen is going to do it. Kendon Mashinter is just behind Luke Allen, and it's the lunge. And, oh, great angle there. Kenan Mashinter is going to be that automatic qualifier by a couple foot lengths over his teammate, Max Mahaffey. Max Mahaffey, one of the underdog superstars of this week. I don't think, just looking at the times here, I don't think that is going to be fast enough to get a lucky loser spot. Okay, our fourth heat for the senior men coming up. We've got an American skier here, 452, Max Cluck. He's just getting called to the line. He's in the red. Then they'll call up. We've got 472, Micah Steinberg, a Canmore athlete. You can see in the Canmore race suit. We've got 479, Aiden Hay in the black suit with the white headband. 469, Xavier Lefebvre in the Pierre Harvey Training Center suit and the sunglasses. And then 459, Guillaume Pelchat, also going without the toque and the sunglasses. And Felix Olivier Moreau, 462 on the outside. So we have, looks like, 3 Pierre Harvey Training Center athletes, an American, Max Cluck, 452 in the red. In this heat. This is the 4th quarterfinal heat for the men. Max Cluck, an American skier, so he can't officially win a national title, but he can take first place, take the first place prize money. He was actually also a member of the World Junior team that competed at Whistler for the American team back in 2023. Okay, we are underway. So just looking at our best lucky loser times. Looks like it's going to have to be 2:58 or better. On the bubble is Tashi Klashka. Tashi Klashka on the bubble for those lucky loser spots. That's a 2:58 time. Okay, we are underway here with our 5th quarterfinal heat. Last chance. Sorry, our 4th, just a correction there, 4th quarterfinal heat. We have one more quarterfinal heat after this for the men. If you're just joining us, this is the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. It is sprint day, classic sprints for the under 20 and senior athletes, but it's the senior men on racing right now. The senior women already had their quarterfinal heats. We'll focus and stay on the senior athletes, and then later in the day, go to our under 20 athletes. Okay, this is very close. That was Felix Olivier Moreau out front here on the 2nd climb of this 1.3 kilometer sprint course. Felix Olivier Moreau with the Pierre Harvey Training Center. Really pushing hard in this climb, but you know, I see Max Cluck in the full red race suit, but still very close. Like this heat looks like it could come down to 5 or 6 gears, I think, sprinting into the finish. They're just coming to the top of that climb. Now they're onto the descent, and they're all close enough for the draft to play in effect. Okay, this could be the first time we have 6 skiers coming into a sprint finish. But it is Felix Olivier Moreau leading things out. They've got that hard right-hand turn under the bridge, then descending into the stadium. Now, that's where under that bridge can be very important. Do you go wide and try and then cut in? Do you go try and protect that inside spot and then get thrown potentially to the outside? Okay, now onto the descent. Getting really tight here. One skier moving to the left. Okay, we're just coming into our view. So now it's 4, didn't quench that number. That is Max Cluck, 452 in the red. He is leading it out, but look at this. Micah Steinberg on the left getting the cheers from the crowd. Could Micah Steinberg, the Canmore athlete, you can hear the crowd. They are cheering for that athlete on the left-hand side, but it's going to be tough. We got Max Cluck coming in, and then the lunge for the line, and his Micah Steinberg, the Canmore athlete, getting into that automatic spot to go on to the semifinals, and you could hear the cheers from the crowd for local athlete Micah Steinberg. 22nd qualifier, but using the crowd's energy and the good skis from his Wax Techs to get that automatic qualifying spot. Okay, our next and final heat, the 5th quarterfinal heat for the men coming up. We've got 453 Luke Fricker, another Canmore athlete. And we've got Rye Pryor. He was our 8th qualifier, 458. So he's in that Alberta World Cup Academy blue and black. 453 Luke Fricker in that Canmore race suit. 463 Remy Boilard, the big man. 468 Nathan Marseille, the French skier. Nicholas Blackwell in the Rocky Mountain Racers. And then Jeremy Lance, who had a very strong skate race a few days ago, but just the 28th qualifier, just made it into the heats. And this is our 5th and final quarterfinal for the senior men. After this, we'll move on to the senior women's semifinal and then the senior men's semifinal. Last chance now to get that automatic spot. We saw that Tashi Klashka was on the bubble with a time of 2:58. So far, that time is holding for Tashi to make it into that quarterfinal. Okay, here we go. So we can see Rye Pryor up there. It looked like, I think Luke Fricker up there. Yeah, Luke Fricker and Rye Pryor are, oh, we got a skier down. A skier has fallen. That is Nicholas Blackwell has fallen there. Just got caught up. Not sure what happened there. If someone stepped on a ski, maybe sometimes what happens is someone just steps on the corner of your pole, and just because you've got momentum, just knocks you down. Okay, so unfortunately, Nicholas Blackwell is out of this. Yeah, there's Nicholas Blackwell. It would take a miracle for him to get back into this race. But it is now on the outside of the track. That is Rye Pryor, then Luke Fricker. And then I think it was Remy Boilard and Nathan Marseille. And there is Nicholas Blackwell, who had a great start, but just, that is sprint racing. That is sprint racing. There's always the chaos. You're trying to move up, trying to find a spot, trying to get in a track, and you just step on a ski, someone steps in your pole, and that's it. Okay, so we got 4 skiers coming in. We're going to have Luke Fricker, Rye Pryor, Remy Boilard, and Nathan Marseille come onto that descent very, very close. So Tashi Klashka still in that second lucky loser spot. Also, Nicholas Randall. Nicholas Randall is in that first lucky loser spot. Okay, we've got now, it's 4 skiers coming in together, all getting that low tuck. Rye Pryor in the front, then Luke Fricker, the local athlete, and then one French skier, Nathan Marseille, and a Quebec skier, Remy Boilard. It is Rye Pryor out front, but who is going to get that second spot? The crowd cheering for Luke Fricker, who's moved to the outside, but it's going to be the 2 outside skiers battling for that second automatic qualifying spot. The lunge for the line. Oh, that was close. That was very, very close. I don't want to say without seeing a photo of that. That was very, very close as Nicholas Blackwell comes in after that fall. Jeremy Lance was 5th in that heat, but it's going to come down to a photo for for those automatic qualifier spots. Okay, and that was a fairly fast heat, so that could be interesting here for our lucky loser spots. Okay, coming up next is our first senior women's semifinal. We've got Katie Weaver, Amelia Wells, Natalie Wilkie, Marley Molinaro, Stella Duncan, and Virginie Magnon. So Katie Weaver, 16th place on the World Cup this year, in the classic sprints. Amelia Wells won the skate race a few days ago here for the senior women. Natalie Wilkie, the multi-time Paralympic medalist, racing here with the able-bodied athletes. Molly Molinaro, a Revelstoke Nordic athlete that now skis at the University of Alaska at Anchorage. Stella Duncan, Virginie Magnon in this first semifinal. This works the same as the quarterfinals as far as the top two automatically qualify, and then two more can qualify out of the two semifinal heats based on time. So I can see Katie Weaver out front. She's got that inside track. Then Amelia Wells. It looks like those two are actually going to try and set a really fast pace. See, just falling back are Virginie Magnon and Stella Duncan. But Katie Weaver and Amelia Wells, two teammates on the Alberta World Cup Academy, are pulling away. And in third is Natalie Wilkie. Natalie Wilkie, our sixth best qualifier. Can she hang with these two skiers? So on the left of your screen is Katie Weaver. On the right is Amelia Wells. Then coming into your picture is Natalie Wilkie as she starts to pull away from the skier in green, which is Marley Molinaro. So Katie Weaver out front here. This is the second climb. They've opened up quite a gap, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen that trying to get grip in that loose snow was Natalie Wilkie, the Para Nordic national team athlete. She's out of the track, trying to get grip here. She's going to be trying to get that, one of those lucky loser spots. Yeah, two Alberta World Cup Academy athletes. That's Katie Weaver and Amelia Wells out front. Shouldn't have a problem as long as they can make that turn, that Renner's Revenge turn. Stay upright. Then this battle between Natalie Wilkie, Marley Molinaro, and I believe that was Virginie Magnon, 410 in fifth spot. And I can confirm on our men's race that Luke Fricker and Nicholas Randall are your lucky loser spots to move into the semifinals. Okay, turning our attention to our first women's semifinal. Katie Weaver, a top 16 finish on the World Cup this year in a classic sprint, arguably Canada's best classic sprinter. She is well out in front. Amelia Wells in second there. She was the champion 3 days ago in the freestyle interval start race for senior women. Then it's going to come down, I think, to Natalie Wilkie. Can she set a time that will stand in a lucky loser spot? But Katie Weaver gets a lot of rest here as she comes in. Amelia Wells starting to relax. And now coming in, it's going to be Natalie Wilkie in third and Marley Molinaro in fourth. And then the sprint between Virginie Magnon and Stella Duncan, very close there. Okay, just looking at the times here. Not a super fast heat there for the women. So we'll see if Natalie Wilkie can make it into the semifinals as we go to into the finals. Now for our second senior women's semifinal, we've got Hannah Shields, Leah Venus, Eliane Tremblay, Clara Barrington-Craggs, Anna Stewart, and Kate Mason. Kate Mason just on the outside in the white. Anna Stewart, part of the University of Denver team, originally from Thunder Bay. Pretty even start for four skiers. Hannah Shields, the veteran originally from Thunder Bay, now in Ottawa on very good form. She was the second best qualifier. Leah Venus, the Norwegian skier now living in Vernon and skiing for the Sovereign Lake Nordic team, and also as a graduate student with the University of Denver. They are top two qualifiers, but Eliane Tremblay is an interesting skier to watch. She was the fifth qualifier and a very good quarterfinal. But this is where, when we talk about sprints, you've got to also be able to recover from heat to heat. So it's a combination of speed, acceleration, tactics, and the ability to recover from heat to heat. Okay, so out front is Leah Venus, then Hannah Shields in second. That's Leah Venus in first, Hannah Shields in second. Then Eliane Tremblay in third. So they're now moving, they're on that descent. Now they're into the second climb. Leah Venus and Hannah Shields out front. Then it is Eliane Tremblay, Clara Barrington-Craggs, Anna Stewart, and Kate Mason in that second pack. So on the right-hand side of your screen, Leah Venus of Sovereign Lake Nordic, then Hannah Shields, second. That should be Eliane Tremblay, I believe they're in, yes, Eliane Tremblay in third. Oh, just the wax starting to fall off there for Eliane Tremblay. You know, it's always a trick on this course. The kick wax allows you to get grip, but it's also going to cause some difficulty on the glide. So you're trying to find that sweet spot, and it's a bit of a risk-reward situation where maybe you go a little bit on the kick wax, but too little, and you're not able to get up the climbs, or too much, and now you're struggling on the descent. So looks like Clara Barrington-Craggs going with a little bit less kick wax, but just not quite enough to get in position at the top of that second climb. So again, if you're just joining us, this is the second semifinal for our senior women. On the right-hand side descending is Hannah Shields. On the left is Leah Venus, and you can see this is like a good little glide test. And Leah Venus showing some patience there, staying in the tuck, and that's an important skill as well, having that patience to stay in the tuck, not getting too excited. Now, interesting enough, moving into third is Anna Stewart. Now, we've seen Anna Stewart with a really strong finish and really good skis. So Anna Stewart now moving into third. She's trying to get that lucky loser spot. This could be a fairly fast heat. So Hannah Shields in the blue and white is going to automatically qualify. Leah Venus is going to be the second qualifier. And then Anna Stewart of the University of Denver in third. And then 413, Kate Mason. Then Eliane Tremblay and Clara Barrington-Craggs. That is our second qualifier. I think, was that fast enough to get some lucky loser spots? Right now, Natalie Wilkie and Marley Molinaro in those lucky loser spots, but it may have been just fast enough for Anna Stewart to make it into the finals. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that as the times are updated. We're now moving to our first men's semifinal. We've got Julian Smith, 454. He's just behind the official. To his left, or to our right on the screen, is Luke Allen with the red toque. Then we've got 460 Noah Weir-Chaba in the Alberta World Cup Academy suit. We've also got Julian Locke on the far right of your screen in the blue. We've got Garrett Seaver in that Telemark Nordic race suit. And then Nicholas Randall, one of our lucky losers who's put Julian Locke to the test in that quarterfinal. So this should be a very, very good semifinal. I expect all 6 of these skiers are going to be in the mix at the finish. So it's Julian Locke getting that inside line in the full blue blackjack race suit. This is also a continuation of the Battle of the Julians. Julian Locke from Roslyn, British Columbia, and the Blackjack Nordic Ski Club. Julian Smith from Georgian Bay Nordic and trains with the Thunder Bay Training Center. Two very experienced, very veteran skiers. They've got the skills, they've got the tactics, they've got the patience needed for a sprint course like this. And it is Julian Locke, and that second skier is Noah Weir-Chaba just beside him. Oh, we've got a skier that's fallen back. I'm not sure what happened. I think that may have been Julian Smith. I'm not sure if he lost a pole. Oh, that has got to be frustrating there for Julian Smith. Didn't see what happened, but clearly either a fall or a stumble or a broken pole. Oh, that is tough for the veteran. One of our favorites today may be out of this. But we've got 5 skiers still in the hunt here. Nicholas Randall just at the back. Is there some way that Julian Smith, my goodness, Julian Smith is closing that gap. So I suspect he had some sort of bobble, maybe a broken pole, something, but he's going to try desperately. And look at that. He's already catching up to Nicholas Randall here. Okay, so Julian Smith just at the back. Yes, he's obviously in good form, and he is trying to fight back into this semifinal. This is the first senior men's semifinal here on the Classic Sprint Day at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. 3 skiers close together here. That's Julian Locke, Noah Weir-Chaba, Luke Allen, Garrett Seaver, and then Julian Smith, who out of camera picture, we think had some sort of bobble or broken pole or something, but he is fighting back. He knows if he can get to that final, he's got a chance to win a national championship. So it's just going to take everything he's got to probably not get into a top 2 spot, but maybe that 4th spot. Oh, a little bit of contact there as skiers were trying to shift lanes, and almost disaster there. And then now some disaster between those 2 skiers. Oh no, that was, I think, Julian Smith going down again. Okay, so Luke Allen is leading here into the sprint. Julian Locke in second, and then it is Noah Weir-Chaba just behind Luke Allen. So on your right, Julian Locke. On your left, Luke Allen, and then behind Luke Allen is Noah Weir-Chaba. Oh my goodness. It is going to be Luke Allen, and then Julian Locke, then Noah Weir-Chaba. Nicholas Randall in 4th. In 5th, it is Garrett Seaver, and some really bad luck for Julian Smith. He was fighting back. Going to be interesting. The jury might take a look at that and say, who was at fault? Was that a mutual effort? And there's Julian Smith just giving some cheers to the crowd. The veteran skier, twice bad luck in this semifinal, and just too much to overcome. There's a broken pole as he skis in. Julian Smith, yeah, big cheers for him. Great skier. He was helping the younger skiers earlier in the week with strategy on this course. Oh, tough luck. The sprint skiing gods can be so cruel, as they just were. Okay, there may be, again, a jury review, not sure. The jury led by John Alberg will potentially take a look at that and see if there is anything requiring an obstruction call. I mean, that was tough to see, and we saw it a couple times on the descent. Skiers trying to shift to other tracks, and it just mutually they shift to the same track at the same time. Okay, so we've got our start here coming up for our senior men's second semifinal. We've got Max Cluck, Utah skier Rye Pryor, 4:58. Kendon Maschenter, 4:56. Remy Boilard, Micah Steinberg in here, the Canmore athlete, and Luke Fricker, another Canmore athlete. So 2 Canmore athletes, local athletes, getting the cheers from the crowd. We've here, another moment there where 2 skiers. What happens there at the start? You have 6 lanes at the start, then it goes down to 4 lanes. So there's a little bit of a gap there in the tracks where you have to pick lanes. But if 2 people at the same time try to pick that lane, which is just what we saw in that previous semifinal, that can be a problem. And we actually saw that in the Norwegian Birkebeiner just a week ago. Max Novak getting disqualified from that race. And, it's tricky to call who exactly, is at fault when 2 people are trying to move into a track. Okay, There we've got our leader. That skier trying to pull away there. I can see the two Canmore athletes near the back. I think that was Kendon Mashinter. Kendon Mashinter, who was out front. I think that was the two Canmore athletes near the back. Also Max Cluck near the back there. Okay, so there is Kendon Mashinter. Oh, and a broken pole. Oh no, a broken pole there for Remy Boilard, and he's going to fall back. Yes, Remy Boilard, that is a tough spot to get a broken pole. There's no coaches there. No one can help him, but he's going to keep going. Oh my goodness, one pole coming up this climb as Kendon Mashinter is taking advantage of just that opportunity, moving ahead. Then Rye Pryor. Then that's opening up. I think that is Luke Fricker. Oh, that is tough. And that coach is trying to get a pole to Remy Boilard. It's probably going to be too late. So Kendon Mashinter, the 800-meter track runner, sub 2-minute 800-meter track runner, is out front. Then it is Rye Pryor. Then we have Luke Fricker in third, Micah Steinberg in fourth, Max Cluck in fifth. And look at that, Remy Boilard. He had to go quite a while without a pole, and it's still possible. It is still possible for Remy Boilard, but that was really, really tough luck for Remy. There's no coach right at that spot. You know, one thing you'd break a pole and get a quick replacement, but if you've got to go all that climb, that second tough climb with just one pole, that is very, very tough. Okay. Oh, interesting here. So moving into second is now Noah Weir-Chaba. Sorry, not Noah Weir-Chaba. That was Rye Pryor. Yes, Rye Pryor moving into second. That is Kendon Mashinter. Sorry, Rye Pryor moving into first. He's on the right-hand side of your screen. Kendon Mashinter on the left side of your screen. And then that sprint for third and fourth. Those last two potential lucky loser positions. But great skis there for Rye Pryor, 4:58. Kendon Mashinter. And now the lunge for the line. And it's going to be Luke Fricker ahead of Micah Steinberg, Max Cluck coming in, and Remy Boilard. More tough luck. The sunny skies are allowing the sprint ski gods to look down and cause their havoc here in the men's semifinals. Remy Boilard, a broken pole. Just keeping an eye here on our lucky loser spots for the women. The lucky loser spots went to Natalie Wilkie and Marley Molinaro. So it's going to be Katie Weaver, Hannah Shields, Leah Venus, Amelia Wells, Natalie Wilkie, the Paralympian, and Marley Molinaro into the final for the senior women. And the senior men, we're just waiting for updates on times to see who got those lucky loser spots. It was definitely Rye Pryor and Kendon Mashinter moving to the final. And Kendon Mashinter, he had a phenomenal relay leg yesterday with that Ontario B team. He has improved his classic technique so much after switching from a focus on running to a focus on skiing. Again, great YouTube channel. Look up Kendon Mashinter on YouTube if you're a young skier or you just like entertaining endurance sport commentary. Check out Kendon Mashinter on YouTube. Just waiting for an update on the times before we move to the finals for our senior women and senior men. If you're joining us and going, oh, when is the U20 races going to start? They are going to start at 12:50 Mountain Time, which is in about 20 minutes. So the U20 heats will be coming up in about 20 minutes, but we've got two great senior men's and women's finals coming up. This will be the battle for a national championship. We've got probably Canada's best classic sprint skier in Katie Weaver on the line, but we've seen the potential chaos of sprint racing already in those men's semifinals, broken poles, crashes. You just never know in a sprint final. If you can make it to the final, you can win. You know, another great example of the chaos of a sprint final, Sochi Olympics, men's final, complete chaos on one of the descents, and one of the skiers that fell broke his poles, got back into it, and was still able to win a bronze medal. It was so chaotic. If you can find that 2014 senior men's sprint final from the Sochi Olympics on YouTube, definitely watch it, because that really highlights the potential chaos of sprint racing. And a little bit on the history of sprint racing while we're just waiting for our women to line up. You know, that sprint racing wasn't in the 1988 Olympic Games here at Canmore. They actually, in 2005, when the World Cup came back to Canada, they redesigned the courses at Canmore to have these kinds of sprint courses. And this course these athletes are using is the World Cup course from 2024, the World Cups in Canmore for both the classic and skate sprint. Okay, so I'm just getting an update, and it is going to be Noah Weir-Chaba and Nicholas Randle from that first semifinal that are going to be the lucky losers and are going to move on to the final. Okay, so let's turn our attention to the senior women's final. Here we go. Katie Weaver, 4:01. She is on your screen, second from the right. On the far right is Leah Venus, the Norwegian skier now living in Vernon and races with the Sovereign Lake Nordic team. 4:02, Hannah Shields. The underdog is barking loudly here. Hannah Shields, the veteran skier, really performs when the pressure is on. So great to see Hannah Shields here. 4:04, Amelia Wells is our champion from Tuesday in the skate race. 4:06, the multi-time Paralympic athlete, Natalie Wilkie. And then 4:07, Marley Molinaro, originally with Revelstoke, now in the green race suit of University of Alaska at Anchorage. A national championship on the line. And we are underway. Senior women's final, classic sprints, Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals, brought to you by Salomon and Rundle and the home team network. We are underway, and it's 5 skiers, very close. And Leah Venus, I think, deciding to take the patient route, and that was interesting. Leah Venus right away moved behind Katie Weaver. Leah Venus, she knows that Katie Weaver is the strongest skier today. She gets behind Katie Weaver and says, look, I'm just going to stick on the skis of Katie Weaver. I don't want to mess around with fighting the other skiers. I'm just going to get on the skis of Katie Weaver and try to stay with her as long as she can. So Katie Weaver on that inside lane coming up this first climb out of the stadium, just behind her, Leah Venus. Then it's Hannah Shields in that second track. Then on the outside, that's Amelia Wells in 5th spot. Just coming out of the tracks is Natalie Wilkie. In 6th spot is Marley Molinaro. In fact, these 6 skiers are 6 of the top 7 qualifiers. Okay, so Natalie Wilkie just falling back a little bit in 5th, Marley Molinaro in 6th. So yeah, Katie Weaver has opened up a gap. Now they're coming into this second climb, this hard right-hand turn. Katie Weaver has a good gap, but not too far back. Amelia Wells, and then Hannah Shields is going out of the track on the right-hand side. Leah Venus is about 4th spot, but Natalie Wilkie fighting back here. Natalie Wilkie in 5th, a very close 5th here on this climb. We're going to see how this climb emerges. Katie Weaver, the World Cup skier, a 16th place on the World Cup in the classic sprint, pulling away. Amelia Wells now pulling away in 2nd place. Hannah Shields in 3rd, and Leah Venus in 4th, Natalie Wilkie in 5th, and Marley Molinaro in 6th right now. This is the second of 2 climbs on the sprint course. They're going to go over the top of that climb. Then they have a bit of a descent, that hard right-hand turn. Katie Weaver out front, Amelia Wells in 2nd. The 2 Alberta World Cup Academy athletes in 1st and 2nd. They are going for national championship medals. Hannah Shields in 3rd, then Leah Venus in 4th, Natalie Wilkie in 5th, just falling back, and then in 6th, Marley Molinaro of Revelstoke Nordic and the University of Alaska at Anchorage. Okay, now the descent. So Katie Weaver safely through that corner. Amelia Wells safely through that corner. Katie Weaver, an incredible season this year. She took a little bit of a break after the World Championships to be fresh for the national championships, and Katie Weaver on her way to a national championship It is Amelia Wells looking for her second individual medal of these national championships. And then it's Hannah Shields just behind them in third in a battle with Leah Venus. But it is Katie Weaver going to take home a national championship here in Canmore. What a race. What a dominating performance for Katie Weaver, your national champion. And coming in for the silver medal is going to be Amelia Wells, her second individual medal of these championships. And coming into third, could it be? It's going to be Hannah Shields in third with the bronze. Leah Venus in fourth. Natalie Wilkie, a very close fifth for the Paralympic athlete. And Marley Molinaro from Revelstoke Nordic and University of Alaska at Anchorage in sixth spot. She's going to be happy with that. She's going to be happy with that, a sixth spot at the national championships. But Katie Weaver, dominating performance, dominating every heat, dominating the qualifier, and winning a national championship. Amelia Wells in the center of your screen. She took a win earlier this week in the skate race. Now she gets a silver here. And Hannah Shields, what a national she is having. Got a bronze in the relay with the Ontario B team, and now a bronze in the classic sprint. The skier, originally from Thunder Bay, now living in Ottawa, putting together an incredible national championships. Yeah, big smiles there. You can see the two skiers in the blue and black. That's the Alberta World Cup Academy. And we're going to get an image here of our podium in the center. Katie Weaver, an absolute classic powerhouse. Amelia Wells in second on her left, and Hannah Shields, the bronze medalist, on her right. Okay, we'll take a very short catch our breath here for a moment. And we're going to be going to our senior men final as we once again see our top skiers. Katie Weaver in first, Amelia Wells in second on her left, 402. Hannah Shields with another bronze medal at these national championships. Okay, now turning our attention to the senior men's final. So it was Nicholas Randall and Noah Weir-Chaba making it in as lucky losers, and our other four skiers, Luke Allen with the Thunder Bay Training Center and Dartmouth University, Rye Pryor with the Alberta World Cup Academy, Julian Locke of Blackjack and the Nordic Pulse team, Kendon Maschenter with the Thunder Bay Training Center, and also Noah Weir-Chaba and Nicholas Randall. This coming up is the senior men's final, another national championship on the line. And again, if you can make the final, you can win a medal in sprint racing. That is how it works. All these skiers, very, very good skiers to make it to this point. And sometimes it's just the chaos of sprint racing that just gives you that once in a lifetime opportunity to have, win a national championship or get that medal at the national championships. This is the first climb out of the stadium, all still tightly bunched together. Looking at the skiers' body language, it doesn't look like they're going all out, at least those first 3 or 4 skiers. But that is Julian Locke out front. Julian Locke in the blue out front. Then we've got Rye Pryor, I think, in second. Luke Allen in third. I think Noah Weir-Chaba and Nicholas Randall just in fourth and fifth, just falling back. And Luke Allen, NCAA skier, top 5 finishes this year for Dartmouth. Now with the Thunder Bay Training Center, Rye Pryor with the Alberta World Cup Academy. There's Rye Pryor. Oh, that is Noah Weir-Chaba. Sorry, my correction. That is Noah Weir-Chaba now in second. Rye Pryor has fallen back into fifth. Noah Weir-Chaba, what a final here. He is in the mix there. He is sitting in second. So Julian Locke, the veteran. Then NWC. Then we've got Luke Allen in the red toque. The blue toque is Kendon Maschenter, and Rye Pryor just falling back. And then Nicholas Randall in sixth. So NWC, Noah Weir-Chaba right in the mix there, holding with Julian Locke. Now, Julian Locke is a veteran of sprint racing, 30 years of age, a lot of World Cups. And now moving into second, the red toque, that is Luke Allen, then NWC, then Kendon Maschenter. There is Rye Pryor in fifth, Nicholas Randle in sixth. NWC, Noah Weir-Chaba qualifying as a lucky loser, trying to battle for a medal here. He is sitting second spot. Now into the descent. Do we have any changes coming into the descent and then into the stadium? That is Julian Locke out front. He's got a good gap. Julian Locke, then Luke Allen, then Noah Weir-Chaba, then Kendon Maschenter. The blue is Julian Locke at the front, 4:51. Luke Allen, but Kendon Maschenter moving on to the left side of your screen there. Kendon Maschenter trying to get a bronze medal. Moving on to the right, that is Noah Weir-Chaba. And also Rye Pryor in there as well. But it's going to be Julian Locke of Blackjack and Nordic Pulse that's going to be your national champion now. The battle for second and third. Second is going to go to Luke Allen and was third Rye Pryor. I didn't quite catch that. Did Rye Pryor have the skis at the end? It looked like he may have come around to finish third. We'll just wait for an update of the results. But it was Julian Locke with the win, Luke Allen with the second place silver medal, and then that third spot, tough to call. It was Kendon Maschenter, Noah Weir-Chaba, and Rye Pryor that were kind of in the mix there just on that final lunge. And I'm just getting some confirmation that Rye Pryor, I think, got third spot. Well, Rye Pryor, who looked like he might be falling back and out of it, had the skis there to catch back up. And he was in that, got close enough to be in that slipstream, and then he was able to slingshot to the right and get a clear line to the finish. Okay, Julian Locke, the veteran, delivering a national championship. And there we go. Yes, we are getting confirmation on the screen. In the middle, that is Julian Locke of Blackjack. On the left, in second place, Luke Allen of the Thunder Bay Training Center and Dartmouth College. And Rye Pryor with what a comeback there. Rye Pryor, the comeback from fifth to third in that final 100 meters to get that bronze medal position. Oh, he's got a smile on his face. He has got a big smile on his face. I think Julian Locke, he was one of the favorites, just breathing a sigh of release, happy he got his national championship. But Rye Pryor, he's now explaining to Luke Allen exactly what happened there. He's like, I'm back in fifth. I think I'm out of it. But all of a sudden, I got in the draft, and I realized I've got fast skis from my Alberta World Cup Academy Wax Techs, and he's able to move to the outside. And there's a fist bump with Kendon Maschenter, who had a great sprint tournament. He was in the mix, and he's like, where the heck did Rye Pryor come from? That's the conversation that they're having right now. Yeah, Rye Pryor, he's got his tongue out. He's like, he is very happy with that. And look at that. He's just demonstrating the tuck that he got into and was able, and keeps his head down. That's an interesting demonstration we're getting. That is Rye Pryor showing how he was able to get to third place. Okay, we're going to take a short break here, and we're going to be right back with our under 20 sprint heats.
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, I start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them to map this. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
Bienvenue and welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in beautiful Canmore, Alberta. Starting to cloud over a little bit, but still a very nice day here. It's day 6 of competition for these national championships, and it's classic sprint day. We've had the qualifiers, we've had our senior men and women race, and now it is time for the under 20 men and women to battle it out in the heats for 2 national championships on stake here. We are on about 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to our first U20 women's quarterfinal. We had some very exciting racing, I must say, in our senior men's and women's racing. And we also saw the chaos of sprint racing. So you just never know how things are going to work out until the very, very end. And so we've got quarterfinals first for the under 20 women, then quarterfinals for the men, and then they work their way up through semifinals and then finals. If you're new to Nordic sprint racing, it's the top 2 of every heat that move on automatically. Then once all the heats are done, you look to the next 2 best times to figure out who are those 2 additional lucky losers that can move on to the next round. We have 30 skiers for under 20 women, 30 skiers for under 20 men, and that will narrow down to a national champion and a national championship podium over the next approximately hour. We'll go through all those heats and declare some national champions. So we are sitting right around 3 minutes to our first heat for the women's quarterfinal. There'll be 5 quarterfinal heats for each of the U20 women and the U20 men. And one thing that's also good to mention about the under 20 is this is typically 18 and 19-year-olds, but some 16 and 17-year-olds jumped into the qualifier trying to get additional experience in sprint racing, And some of those 16 and 17-year-olds have made the heat. So we'll see, we've got some really, really good younger skiers also in these under 20 heats that can get some experience, get the challenge of sprint racing and all the tactics and positioning and patience that is needed to win at sprint racing. The course is a 1.3 kilometer course. It has 2 climbs every lap. After the second climb, you have a tricky chicane, a hard right-hand turn, and then they descend towards the stadium. You can see our first quarterfinal. They're getting called to the line by our race officials. In here is our top qualifier, Constance Lapointe, 3:01. On her right, or at least our right on our screen, is 5:11. That's Anna-Lisa Versma. We've also got on the left-hand side, once they get their gloves on, I can see that looks like Anna Segelkin. Then 5:21 in the red, that is Chantal Kukula, one of our younger skiers, made it in. Then we have 5:20, which is Alicia Julian. And then I think that other skier is Emmanuel Moreau, 5:10. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 5:10 once the official moved away. Okay, this is going to be our first quarterfinal heat for our under 20 women. And top 2 will automatically move on to the semifinal. And Chantal Kukula, if I'm not mistaken, is a 16-year-old skier. So great to see that skier from the Porcupine Ski Runners in Ontario in these under 20 heats. Her sister, Nicole, finished 31st in the qualifier, so just missing out on these heats. But one member of the Kukula family will be battling here in the under 20 category, and we are under a minute to start. Certainly the favorite for this heat, Constance Lapointe, skier from Whitehorse Nordic, now races with the University of Alaska at Anchorage. She is second from the right on your screen with the ponytail. Okay, we are underway, folks, with our under 20 women's quarterfinals, heat number 1. And we've got one skier, that is Anna Segelkin, moving to the outside. Oh, and then cutting to the inside. And I think she had the right of way there. That was interesting. She wanted that inside line. So her tactics were get out quick from the start and then get over to that inside. She doesn't want to be stuck on the outside. And there she is. Anna Segelkin, number 530, is leading out this heat, it appears. Anna is with the Hollyborn Ski Club and the BC ski team. Now they're coming up that first climb. So this is the first of 2 climbs on this course that was also used for the 2024 World Cup sprint races here in Canmore. Okay, so I think that is now Constance Lapointe up front. Yeah, Constance Lapointe has moved to the front. She is our top qualifier. She was part of Canada's World Junior team the last few years. Very strong skier from Whitehorse. She's earned the nickname the Whitehorse Workhorse. She is out front. And I believe that is Emmanuel Moreau, 5'10", in second spot. So this is the start of that second climb, and they make a hard right-hand turn. There we've got Constance Lapointe, Emmanuel Moreau. And then just at the back now is Anna Segelkin and Chantal Kukula, the 16-year-old, sitting in 6th spot. So that is Constance Lapointe out front, Emmanuel Moreau in second, and then in third and fourth is very close there. Then we've got Chantal Kukala and Anna Segokin. One from the Porcupine Ski Runners and one from Hollyburn Nordic. Porcupine Ski Runners in Ontario, Hollyburn just in the Vancouver area. As Constance Lapointe pulling away, Emmanuel Moreau in second, but then that battle for third and fourth. And those potentially could be those lucky loser spots, those qualifying based on time rather than those top two automatic qualifiers from each heat. There's Chantal Kukala. There's Anna Segokin. And that is the start of this descent. There's a bit of a false descent, falls flat, and they descend, and then they make a hard right-hand turn. Constance Lapointe out front. Emmanuel Moreau in second. And now you can see they're starting to use that tuck, really deep tuck that Rye Pryor just used to get to a third place finish in our senior men's race. So Constance Lapointe just making sure it's safe. But now we have got this skier gaining on Emmanuel Moreau. That is Alicia Julian in third spot in the blue. So Alicia trying to challenge Emmanuel for that second spot. Constance Lapointe just making sure she stays up there, gets that automatic first spot, but then it is going to be a battle for second, third, and fourth. On your right is Emmanuel Moreau, and in the lunge it is, that was Alicia Julian that got second ahead of Emmanuel Moreau, and that was about a foot length at the finish. Alicia Julian of the Ski Beck team was second, and there is Chantal Kukala coming across the line in fifth. And there is Anna Segokin. Okay, well, that was very interesting finish there for our second place finisher, Alicia Julian of Ski Beck. And we're gonna get ready, I think, for our next heat coming up. This will be Ruby Soroya, Annika Wallen, Sophie Jensen, Emmanuel Paquette, Niege Bilodeau, and Charlotte Wilson. Ruby with Revelstoke Nordic and the Pierre Harvey Training Center. She is the top qualifier in this heat, and she's right in the middle with the white headband. And we are underway with our second quarterfinal heat for the under 20 women. And I can see we have a Canmore Nordic athlete in there. Looks like a blue racy. You could hear the cheers from the crowd. I think that was Charlotte Wilson. Yeah, Charlotte Wilson in there with Canmore Nordic. She is actually sitting on the outside in that front row. So she's feeding off the cheers from the crowd. She was the 27th qualifier, but she is sitting in third spot right now in that climb. It is Ruby Soroya in the middle of that front row. On the outside is Annika Wallen, and this is a great angle to show that climb. And now they're coming up. It's a tough, tough climb. You can see it just eases up a bit, and then it's very steep in this section. I think it's about almost a 20-degree incline right there. Ruby Soroya in the middle of that front row, Annika Wallen on the right-hand side from on our screen, and then it is Charlotte Wilson from Canmore Nordic in that front row as well. But we've got, pretty much all six skiers are pretty close together here as they're going to move to that second climb, hard right turn. Then they've got the second climb, and now moving into first is Sophie Jensen. Sophie Jensen has moved into first, and I can see Charlotte Wilson. She is just hopped to the right out of the track. So Charlotte Wilson just in sixth place there, the Canmore Nordic athlete. So now we've got them coming to the top of the second climb, and we can see that is Ruby Soroya now moving into the lead with Sophie Jensen. Annika Wallen up there in third. She is with the Alberta World Cup Academy as Charlotte Wilson just coming through the screen in sixth spot. Okay, now this descent where you got a double pull, hold your position. You can't go into tuck just yet. So on the outside, that looks like Annika Wallen. On the inside is Ruby Soroya. So it looks like Sophie Jensen is maybe just fallen back a little bit. Sophie Jensen with Foothills Nordic. There is Charlotte Wilson of Canmore Nordic. So again, Sophie Jensen with Foothills Nordic and the Alberta ski team. Okay, so 4 skiers coming into this descent. At the front, moving to the outside was Ruby Soroya. Then to her right on the left of our screen is Annika Wallen. Then Sophie Jensen in third. So Ruby Soroya, our 4th best qualifier. Originally with Revelstoke Nordic, now with the Pierre Harvey Training Center. Then Annika Wallen in the center of your screen with the Alberta World Cup Academy. They're going to be the top 2 qualifiers, but Sophie Jensen desperately trying to get a fast time, to get a qualification on time. There's Ruby Soroya, Annika Wallen, Sophie Jensen. Then I think, yeah, Neige Bilodeau, Emmanuel Paquette in 5th, and here comes Canmore Nordic Charlotte Wilson in 6th spot. That was our 2nd quarterfinal heat for the under 20 women. Okay, so automatic qualifiers, Ruby Soroya and Annika Wallen. They'll join Constance Lapointe and Emmanuel Moreau. Moving on to the semifinals automatically. Okay, here is our 3rd heat. 5:05 Louison Dubief for Alberta World Cup Academy. Also in there 5:06 Maeve McLeod. Oh, and they're just getting called back. Want to make sure everyone's lined up on the start line appropriately. Also got in here Maya Abraham in the white. Hannah Willsey of Harvard in their 5:15. We've got some American skiers up here. Also in there, Boss Thompson and Levko Stevens, 5:25 and 5:26 here. So this is 3rd quarterfinal. Our under 20 women, 2 climbs on this course. This is the first climb. It is Louison Dubief, who was our champion in the under 20 skate race, the interval start skate race a few days ago. She's in there. And Maeve McLeod. Louison Dubief with the Alberta World Cup Academy, and originally Fernie Nordic, or also for Fernie Nordic, and Maeve McLeod with Revelstoke Nordic and the BC ski team. So they're starting to pull away here, opening a gap on Maya Abraham, it looks like, and Hannah Willsey. So Louison Dubief, our 5th best qualifier, Maeve McLeod, our 2nd best qualifier. Yeah, and they've come over that first climb, a little bit of a descent. Then they make a hard right-hand turn and make that climb, that 2nd climb here on the sprint course, this World Cup sprint course being used for these 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. Okay, so out front is Maeve McLeod and Louison Dubief. Then right there, I believe that's Hannah Willsey, one of the Harvard Crimson NCAA skiers. Then Maya Abraham. Then Boss Thompson, and then Levko Stevens. So these 2 skiers clear and away here on this women's 3rd quarterfinal heat. Hannah Willsey, part of the Harvard team. It's here. They've got 7 skiers here in Canmore for the national championships. So international skiers are allowed to compete at the national championships. They just can't win the actual national championship medal, but they can take the prize money on offer. Okay, Louison Dubief and Maeve McLeod of both of the Alberta World Cup Academy, one from Fernie Nordic and one from Revelstoke Nordic, are out front here, under 20 women's 3rd quarterfinal heat. This is the descent, so they're safely through that hard right-hand turn under the bridge. And those race suits they're in, that's Alberta World Cup Academy. And Louison with Fernie Nordic came up through the Fernie Nordic Ski Club, and Ruby Soroya, Maeve McLeod coming up through the Revelstoke Nordic Ski Club. So 2 BC ski clubs, but now training with the Alberta World Cup Academy right here in Canmore, and they are out front. So women's third quarterfinal, going to be a clear automatic qualifying for Louison Dubiff and Maeve McLeod of the Alberta World Cup Academy. No problem for those two skiers who were the 5th and 6th best qualifiers on the day. So Louison on first, Maeve in second, and then here comes Hannah Wilsley of the Harvard Crimson. Then looks like Levko Stevens coming in. So a strong ski there by Levko Stevens to finish in 4th spot. Maya Abraham in 5th. And here is Boss Thompson in 6th spot. That was the women's third quarterfinal heat. We're shortly moving on to our 4th quarterfinal heat, keeping an eye on those best times as our 4th heat is about to start. We've got Sophia Giagrande, Mia Sawatsky, Madeline Galick, Marianne Brilliant, Ruth Zavitz, and Isabel Hogg. Sophia Grande, our second best qualifier. She is 5:02. She's in that white. Then we've got our second best qualifier in this heat, Mia Sawatsky. She was the 9th best overall. She's that tall skier on the right of your screen in the Lakehead University race suit. She is actually the defending under 20 national champion, Mia Sawatsky. That was in Nakartok last year in the 2024 Nationals. And she's getting to that 2nd spot. So Mia Sawatsky, interesting story about Mia Sawatsky, who is in that 2nd track from the left. Very multi-sport talented athlete. In 1 year, about a 15-month period, she won a soccer provincial championship in Manitoba, a cycling provincial championship, a medal at the provincial track running championships, and I think there might have even been a volleyball provincial championship medal in there as well. So a very talented athlete. She's called the Swiss Army knife of Manitoba sports, but she is sitting right now in about 3rd spot. We've got in 2nd is Sophia Giagrande, and I didn't quite catch who was in that 1st spot. I think that may have been Madeline Galick in that 1st spot. Well, we'll just see. That Madeline is number 512. But definitely 2nd is Sophia Giagrande, and 3rd is Mia Sawatsky. Now this is the 2nd climb. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2nd climb of this 1.3 kilometer sprint course. This is where if you want to try and pull away, if you want to have a safe heat, you can pull away, push the pace, and you're seeing that the skier in white, that's Sophia Giagrande. She's really trying to push the pace here, and she is overtaking Madeline Galick. And you can see just heading out of the track was Mia Sawatsky, not able to get the grip on this climb. So right now it is Sophia Giagrande in the white in the lead. Madeline Galick, number 512, sitting 2nd spot. And I think 3rd was Marianne Brilliant. We'll just see once they come into screen again. So in the white there, now pulling away Sophia Giagrande, and then this battle for 2nd. Madeline Galick in there and Marianne Brilliant are the two skiers battling for second here in our under 20 women's fourth quarterfinal heat. So here we have Sofia Giagrande pulling away. She had the second best overall qualifying time of our 30 qualifiers, but now the descent. And you can see second and third are very close. Fourth, can fourth gain a little bit of ground here on this descent. But Sofia Giagrande pulling away. Then we've got Madeline Gaelic just ahead. Madeline Gaelic just changing tracks there as Marion Brilliant is in third. And then we've got Ruth Zavitz trying to come back here. A fourth is needed at least to get one of those 2 extra spots qualifying on time. But Sofia Giagrande pulling away with this one. Madeline Gaelic in second, but gaining here is Marianne Brilliant in this double pole finish. And also in there is another skier coming in, and it's going to be a lunge to the line. Oh, that is close. I think it was Madeline Gaelic just ahead of Ruth Zavitz, but that was an inch or two in that lunge. And Ruth Zavitz, wow, she moved up from about 5th spot to 4th to almost 2nd place. Again, everything I say is unofficial, but it looked to me like Madeline Gaelic just getting that lunge by inches to get an automatic qualifying spot. Again, we'll watch for the updated times here as we move on to our 5th and final under 20 women's quarterfinal heat. In here we've got Emilio Custodio 503. Also in there 508 Carly Ram, 513 Bria Bridge, 518 Maya Marshall, 523 Isabella Piggin, and 528 Mia Smith. So they're going to be coming up this first climb. Looks very well contested here. So on the right, that is Bria Bridge on the right and in the white. Bria Bridge, she's had some strong results already at these nationals. Then 503, Amelia Custodio on the inside with Foothills Nordic. She's starting to pull away. Carly Ram also in that front row, 508. So it's Amelia Custodio, Carly Ram, and Bria Bridge in those top 3 spots. But still no separation on this first climb. Everyone staying in the track, everyone with good grip so far up this climb. But now you can see Amelia Custodio, our 3rd best qualifier of the 30, making it the heats, starting to pull away on that first climb. Looks like maybe, I think that is Carly Ram in 2nd, and then Bria Bridge in 3rd. Yeah, out front is Amelia Custodio. Then I think Carly Ram, then Bria Bridge. So now they're going to come up to that 2nd climb. This is where you can really separate. If you're really fit, you can start to separate yourself here. If you're not one of the fittest in the heat, then you just try to stick with them as long as you can. And if you can, then you've got that descent to get a bit of a draft and then that slingshot into the finale. So at the front, from Foothills Nordic, Amelia Custodio. Then we've got Carly Ram, Bria Bridge, Isabella Piggin, Maya Marshall, and Mia Smith there. Amelia Custodio. I want to get that name right because she is looking very good here as she pulls ahead of Carly Ram and Bria Bridge. And they have pulled away from Maya Marshall, Isabella Piggin, and Mia Smith. So they've got that hard right-hand turn, and now they'll come into that descent. And while we wait for them to come into the picture, it was Madeline Gaelic by 1/100th of a second over Ruth Zavitz in that heat. But Ruth is sitting, I don't think Ruth is going to have a good enough time. So 1/100th of a second deciding that skier, Madeline Gaelic, to move on, whereas Ruth Zavitz looks like will not. Okay, here we go into this fifth and final quarterfinal heat. Amelia Custodio in first. Then we've got the battle for that second automatic qualifier, and it is Carly Ram in second, but moving to the left of the screen is Bria Bridge, trying desperately here to move up, but it is Amelia Custodio is going to take the automatic spot. Second is going to be Carly Ram, and can Bria Bridge get a good enough time there in the white to get a lucky loser spot? The lucky loser time to beat as more skiers come in. Maya Marshall, that was Isabella Piggin just coming in there, and then Mia Smith. So that was our fifth and final quarterfinal for our U20 women, and it's going to be our U20 men coming up shortly. And there we go. We're going to get underway right away here, as we've got our top qualifier, 571 Rally Tart. Simon Connell, 580. Emily Dagnon, 581. Eli Bach, 590. Nicholas Claveau Laviolette, 591. And Thomas Hayek, 600. He qualified by 7/100ths of a second. 16 years old with Hardwood Hills. So we'll see how young Thomas Hayek does in this final. He's just at the back. He's in that yellow and black, but I'm really impressed with his double pole technique and his striding. So great for him to get this experience in these under 20 heats, which are normally 18 and 19-year-olds. A lot of these skiers 2 or 3 years older than Thomas Hayek, and he's right in there. Actually, he's moved into about 5th spot, as we've got Rally Tart in the lead. He's got that red helmet. Just moving to the outside in the red is Emile Dagnon. Thomas Hayek has moved into 5th. The 16-year-old from Hardwood Hills has moved into 5th right now. Rally Tart from Kimberly Nordic is out front. He was our top qualifier. We'll see if he really tries to push the pace on the second climb. One thing that you may not be aware of, if you watch the World Cup, after they do the qualifier, then athletes get to select which heats they want to be in, and there's a certain strategy to that. But for the Canadian Championships, they automatically slot into certain heats, and that allows Rally Tart, our number. Oh, and we got a skier down. That was a skier that's fallen down. I didn't catch that number, but that's some more tough luck here. As Rally Tart is leading. Then we've got Simon Cowell. We've got Thomas Hayek in second right there, and that skier from Mont-Saint-Anne in 6th. Recovered very, very quickly. Still very close here. Rally Tart was not able to open a big gap there. That is going to make this descent very, very important. A little bit of a gap, but still that draft for second and third. They're going to get some draft after Rally Tart. Then we've got Emile Dagnon and Thomas Hayek there in 4th and 5th. And then I think that was Eli Bach that had that issue with the fall just on that second climb. Okay, now will this descent be a factor? Rally Tart, our number 1 qualifier. The next best qualifier in this heat is our 10th qualifier, but those 3 skiers are all together. That draft is going to be a factor here. Rally Tart out front. Then we've got Simon Connell and Emily Dagnon. They should be, and they're now moving to the outside. So Rally Tart in the red toque. And also in there is Nicholas Claveau Laviolette. He is on the right-hand side, and then Simon Connell, and they are 3 skiers going in here. So on the right is Nicholas Claveau Laviolette. In the middle is Rally Tart, and on the left is Simon Connell. And Rally Tart is our top qualifier, is getting challenged here in this heat, this first quarterfinal heat. Our top qualifier, it's going to come down to the lunge at the line. And could it be, let's see here, it is going to be Rally Tart Then it's going to be our 21st qualifier, Nicholas Claveau Laviolette, getting that next qualifying spot. And there's Thomas Hayek, the 16-year-old, in 4th spot. You know, still a lucky loser spot, but a great race there for that 16-year-old. And there is Eli Bach, had that fall on that second climb. Also coming in, Emile Daniel. But Rally Tart just hanging on there, pushed to the limit by our 21st qualifier, Nicholas Claveau Laviolette. So those two, Rally Tart and Nicholas Claveau Laviolette, will move on. Now we move to our second quarterfinal heat. William Vandenberg, 574, is our top qualifier. Tristan Gramont, Lucas Subert, Joe Curran, Xavier Wallace, and Finnegan Bradford. And Finnegan Bradford is another 16-year-old. He's number 597, the 27th best qualifier. So another 16-year-old in this heat, battling with some 18 and 19-year-olds. Again, the under 20 category, skiers can race up, and any sort of good sprint tournament, you want to get that experience. And when you're a young skier and you get experience against these older skiers, that can really pay off over the years. So 597, just to the back, is the 16-year-old Finnegan Bradford. But out front, I think that might be Joe Curran, 587 out front. In second is William Vandenberg of the Thunder Bay Training Center, originally from Boundary Trails Nordic in Manitoba. Yeah, and William Vandenberg looks like he's moved into first. He kind of got that inside line, but when you come into that second climb, that outside line is not quite what you want, but I think with William Vandenberg, he took that outside line. That's allowed him to kind of move up, and now he can cut to the right, try and get a good line up this climb. So when we've got Vandenberg, Gramont, Subert, Curran, Wallace, and Bradford. Bradford, the 16-year-old, still hanging with this group, it looks like. Now emerging from the front. On the right hand is William Vandenberg, and then I think, not sure, I can see Lucas Subert in 5th. I can see Finnegan Bradford in 6th. If you're just joining us, this is our second quarterfinal heat for our under 20 men. We've gone through the quarterfinals for the under 20 women. Now we're to the men, and that was Xavier Wallace of the Overlander Ski Club in Kamloops that was sitting in first, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like 594, which would have been our 24th best qualifier. We should see a big pack come onto this descent as long as they survive that hard right-hand turn. And there we go. 5 skiers are coming in. So Vandenberg, Gramont, Subert, Curran, and Wallace. And then just behind them is Bradford. Oh my goodness. This is going to be and Joe Curran on the outside. A bit of a stumble, but sorry, that was Lucas Subert on the outside. We got 5 skiers coming in. Xavier Wallace in the middle in the blue, trying to lead. That is forcing. Now he moves to the side, and Joe Curran has to move to the side. That's William Vandenberg now pulling to the front. But on the right-hand side is Tristan Gramont. Vandenberg and Gramont pushing, moving forward. It looks like it's going to be Gramont on the right, and Vandenberg right in the middle, going to take it. And Tristan Gramont, sorry, I didn't quite catch that, but it was Finnegan Bradford there in 6, a solid race there for the 16-year-old, but I think it was Vandenberg and Gramont that will move on automatically as we move to our third quarter final heat. We've got 575, Xavier Normandin. We've got 576, which is Cedric Martel. 585, Jaffe K. Crookham. Dustin Hay, Jonas Ralseth, and Wes Robinson Shaw. Wes Robinson just on the left-hand side of your screen. So this is third quarter final heat. Top 2 will move on to the semifinal automatically. Now coming up that first climb, this 1.3 kilometer course, first climb. I can confirm for our women, it was Emmanuel Moreau and Sefi Jensen getting those lucky loser spots. Now we're going up this first climb. And interestingly enough, it looks like Jonas Rolseth, who was our 25th qualifier, but he is, I believe, one of our medalists from earlier in the week. So even though he didn't have a great qualifying time, and we talked about earlier, job number one, qualify, get in the heats. Once you're in the heats, then it's a whole different ball game, because now you've got positioning, tactics, strategy, patience, and you've also got that ability to recover from heat to heat. So Jonas Rolseth in the lead right now, 595. As they come into the start of the second climb. So Jonas Rolseth, 25th best qualifier, leading this so far. Xavier Normandin also up there and running on the outside. I didn't quite see who that was running on the outside, but they got some good snow there on the outside. The skier with in white there. Okay, so we've got, let's see here, 5 skiers together now. Actually, they're easing up. They are easing up. They don't want to lead into this downhill, and that is allowing Wes Robinson-Shaw to catch up. So now this is the strategy. If you don't have a good lead at the top of the climb, you don't necessarily want to lead into this downhill, because what you're seeing is you get a bit of a draft on this long downhill, and then you can slingshot once they start that gradual climb up into the stadium. And we saw that in the World Cup. Sometimes the skiers, oh, and we got a skier down. Oh, the skier that was at the front has fallen. Oh, collapsed on the ground. The skiing gods claim another victim. He was in the front, but all the other skiers able to dance around him and keep going. Okay, who is going to emerge from that? We've got Jonas Rolseth, 595. We've also got Xavier Normandin, 575. So it's Xavier Normandin on your right, Jonas Rolseth on your left. Those are going to be your automatic qualifiers. Xavier Normandin, Jonas Rolseth, your automatic qualifiers. And now coming in the white, I think, a little bit of a lunge. Not that that necessarily matters for first and second, but 596 coming in next. Wes Robinson-Shaw, that benefited from those tactics, survived that downhill. He has got that third spot. We'll see if that time can help him get a lucky loser spot. Not likely, but here is Cedric Martel. He was leading onto that descent. I think maybe he caught just a little bit of a rut in the snow and he fell down. Oh, the ski gods are enjoying the action here today. Okay, so now into our 4th under 20 men's quarterfinal. Justin Boudreau of the Pierre Harvey Training Center, 572, our second best qualifier of the 30, is one of the favorites here for this heat. And this is the 4th of 5 quarterfinals for our under 20 men. We're here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. So far, the weather holding together, but there was a chance of a little bit of snow or freezing drizzle, and that might be a little bit of what you're seeing come down here and there. And that can definitely be a factor in the wax. That clister wax that is really, really good for these climbs starts to get iced up when you've got that snow coming down, and that then starts to slow you down quite a bit on the descents. Okay, all 6 skiers in this heat: Boudreau, Norman, Xavier Roy, Heel, Gagné, Duplessis, and Lapointe are all together here in this 4th quarterfinal in the under 20 men's category. Yeah, now you can see the snow is coming down. Yeah, the snow. So there was some snow forecast, and that, I can imagine the wax techs are beside themselves, because now that things can completely change for the kick wax in particular, but also the glide wax. Although I believe you can't change the glide wax during the race, but you can during the sprint tournament, but you can touch up the kick wax. So that may be a factor for our Wax Techs and the rest of the heats coming up. This is the fourth quarterfinal heat for our under 20 men. And now you can see what's happening with that snow coming down. Now skiers are getting out of the track or trying to play around being in the track or out of the track as 579. Cohen Norman leads. Justin Boudreau up there as well. But Cohen Norman pulling to the front. Looked like he had very good grip on that climb. Now can he get enough of a gap on the top of that climb to pull ahead on the descent? Nope. No siree. It is going to be 5 or 6 skiers that are going to come into that descent. And now they're kind of easing up. No, I don't want to quite lead into that descent. I would prefer to be in a drafting position and then get a slingshot at the bottom of that descent. So again, the skiers in this heat: Boudreau, Norman, Roy, Heel, Gagné, Duplessis, and Lapointe. It was Boudreau and Cohen Norman at the front, but I would say it is anyone's game at this point as 5 skiers are in the running. A little bit of lane changing, but no problem. Some skiers going into that low position tuck. But now there's a bit of patience here. You need a bit of patience to stay in that tuck as long as you can. But now emerging, I see Adam Hill on the outside. I see Justin Boudreau. I also see Jules Lapointe, our 29th qualifier. He is on the right in the blue. That is Jules Lapointe, our 29th qualifier. He is trying to fight for an automatic spot. In the middle, 572 Justin Boudreau, and on the outside, 589. That is Adam Heel, and the lunge is going to go to Adam Heel ahead of Jules Lapointe. Then Cohen Norman, our early leader. Then William Gagné Duplessis coming in, followed by Xavier Roy. Okay, well, Jules Lapointe, almost an automatic qualifier coming from our 29th best time in that initial qualifier. So almost getting that automatic move into the semifinals. Okay. We have our 5th and final under 20 men's quarterfinal coming up. So we've got Benfield, number 573, with the Alberta World Cup Academy right in the middle. We've got Caden Ward, Nathan Meunier, Samuel Picard, Ryan Goodwin, and Olivier Miron. So that is Benfield out front. He's a Canmore skier, now with the Alberta World Cup Academy. Alberta World Cup Academy, a legacy of the organization that holds the World Cups in Canmore. There's been, I think, probably about 10 to 12 World Cup related events in Canmore. But they, as a legacy of that, they've developed this program for athletes coming out of high school looking for a really good daily training environment. And Alberta World Cup Academy runs out of Canmore, and they've also partnered with the University of Calgary. And that is a Alberta World Cup Academy athlete, Benfield, out front. You can see those fans kind of running along, trying to get a view of this second climb. This is the 5th and final quarterfinal. For our under 20 men. So Benfield, Alberta World Cup Academy, Caden Ward, Walden Nordic, Nathan Meunier with Fondure Laurentide, Samuel Picard with Pierre Harvey Training Center, Ryan Goodwin with Hollyburn Club, and Olivier Miron. Didn't quite have his club down there, but that is your field right now. And it is Benfield at the front, but it is 4 skiers wide coming up this climb. Benfield out front, just at the back. I think that may have been Caden Ward at the back. He was our 8th best qualifier, but it looked like he had fallen off the pace, maybe a bit of a stumble at the start of that second climb. But I think they're probably going to ease up here a little bit. Yeah, they're just easing up. Benfield in second spot. It looks like that might be Olivier Miron or Nathan Meunier in front. Okay, well, now we've got At least 5 skiers going to come down together onto this descent. This descent has already claimed a few victims over this sprint day. There we go. All 6 skiers are together. Our 5th and final quarterfinal for the under 20 men. They are all in it. All 6 skiers are in the hunt for those 2 automatic spots to get to the semifinals for the under 20 men. Benfield out front. He's got the skis. Benfield in blue. But then we've got Ryan Goodwin in the black. 593 moving up. So it's Goodwin on the right-hand side. In the middle, in the blue, on the arms and legs is Benfield. But Ryan Goodwin getting challenged there, I think, by Olivier Miron. That skier in red, it's going to be at the finish. Yes, the skier in red. I think that was Nathan Meunier. I think 583, if I'm not mistaken, that took that second spot. And it was Benfield 573 that took that first automatic spot. Nathan Meunier in second. So we'll keep an eye on the times as we're about to get into our semifinals for the women. And just to repeat, Sophie Jensen and Emmanuelle Moreau were our lucky losers to get into this semifinal. So this first semifinal for the women: Constance Lapointe, Ruby Soroya, Louison Dubiff, Annika Wallen, Alicia Julien, and Emmanuelle Moreau. So Constance Lapointe, our top qualifier on the day, Whitehorse Nordic athlete now with the University of Alaska at Anchorage. She is getting out front. Then I think that was Louison Dubiff in second spot. She is 5:05. Also Ruby Soroya with the Pierre Harvey Training Center. She's 5:04. 5:10 Emmanuelle Moreau just at the back. Alicia Julien, who had that great finish to get an automatic spot in her quarterfinal heat. She's just near the back in that blue. Up the first climb, just getting near the top of that first climb, still very close together. They're going to make that left-hand turn, then a descent before that second climb on this 1.3 kilometer course. This is the first semifinal heat. It is Constance Lapointe out front. Three skiers starting to open a gap on the other 3. I can just see at the back, that is Alicia Julien just sitting back in 6th spot. But here we go. This is that hard right-hand turn. And now that is Constance Lapointe in the green. Then we've got Louison Dubiff. Then we have, I think that is Emmanuelle Moreau, 5:10, who was a lucky loser. She, I think, is sitting in second spot. Yeah, so in the green, that's the University of Alaska at Anchorage race suit for Constance Lapointe. Then Louison Dubiff in the blue. And then I think that is Emmanuelle Moreau in third. Then we've got Annika Wallen, also Ruby Soroya, just a little ways back. She was our 4th best qualifier. So a little bit of shifting around of the standings here in this semifinal. Constance Lapointe, not unexpected. She is pulling away. Louison Dubiff, our winner in the under 20 free technique interval start race. Then we've got Emmanuelle Moreau. Then Ruby Soroya in 4th, Annika Wallen in 5th, and Alicia Julien in 6th spot. So this is the first semifinal for our under 20 women. Works the same as the quarterfinals. Top 2 automatically qualify, and then after the heats are done, they look at the next 2 best times. So Constance Lapointe and Louison Dubiff pulling away But a great race here by Emmanuel Moreau. And there, oh, look at the skis there on Louis Dubuif catching up to Constance Lapointe. So those two are coming in, and now it's a three-way battle. Annika Wallen and now Ruby Soroya moving into third. Ruby Soroya got really good skis on the descent. Ruby Soroya trying to get one of those lucky loser spots, but it is going to be in the blue. That is Louis Dubuif. In the green in the center, that is Constance Lapointe. And now in third, at the line, it is going to be Ruby Soroya in third, Annika Wallen in fourth, Emmanuel Moreau in fifth, and Alicia Julian in sixth in this first semifinal heat for the women. Okay, now we've got our second semifinal coming up for the women. We've got Sofia Giagrande, Amelia Custodio, Maeve McLeod, Carly Ram, Madeline Gaelic, and Sophie Jensen. They're now called to the start line under starters' orders. So Sofia Giagrande in the white, Maeve McLeod there in the, looks like in the Alberta World Cup Academy race suit. So we're underway. This is our second semifinal for the women. Under 20 women. We can see at the front, that is Amelia Custodio. Then we've got in the middle, in the white, that is Sofia Giagrande. On the outside, I think that was Maeve McLeod, but it is Amelia Custodio that is leading, and she's on the inside. But now that skier in white, Sofia Giagrande, she's in that second track. She's starting to move up, and then see just that skier on the outside, one of the Alberta World Cup Academy athletes, actually Alberta World Cup Academy in third and fourth. So Sofia Giagrande leading, she's in that white race suit. So we'll just see them coming around this corner. So Sofia Giagrande on the inside, but on the outside, that is Amelia Custodio of the Foothills Nordic Club. Then it is 5:06, Maeve McLeod in third. Then it looks like Carly Ram, followed by Sophia Jensen and Madeline Gaelic. Maybe had a little bit of a slip up there. She has fallen a ways back into sixth spot. But very close here. This is our second under 20 women's semifinal. Sofia Giagrande and Amelia Custodio is sitting there right with Sofia. Oh, and then you can just see Carly Ram trying to get some grip on that climb. Sophia Jensen there, 5:14 in fifth spot, and there is Madeline Gaelic in sixth. Okay, so it looks like I think three skiers are going to come down here together. In that white race suit is Sofia Giagrande. On her left is Amelia Custodio of Foothills Nordic. And we've got two Alberta World Cup athletes, Maeve McLeod and Carly Ram, hanging in there. So four skiers in with a shot here on this final descent to try and get to the final. In this downhill, with the snow falling, the ridges developing, has been treacherous for some of our skiers. Okay, they're all coming down together, a bit of a gap between first and the other skiers. So that is Giagrande out front in the right, but then three skiers very close, and then we've got one skier starting to catch up to Sofia Giagrande. That looks like Carly Ram may be moving up. Oh, and Amelia Custodio has fallen back quite a ways. Okay, so Sofia Giagrande in the white, On the outside, is that Carly Ram or Maeve McLeod just as they come in? Sofia Giagrande for sure on the right. And then it is Carly Ram getting that first spot. There's Sofia Giagrande. Then coming in is Maeve McLeod. Amelia Custodio in 5th. Sophie Jensen in 6th, and Madeline Gaelic in 5th. Or sorry, in 6th. Okay, well, Amelia Custodio not able to hang there on the descent. That means Sofia Giagrande and Carly Ram are going to move on to our final. We'll update you a little later on the lucky loser spots as we now go to our under 20 men's first semifinal. Raleigh Tart, William Vandenberg, Xavier Normandin, Tristan Grandma, Nicholas Claveau Laviolette, and Xavier Wallace. So Xavier Wallace and Joe Curran are our lucky losers here for the semifinal. Xavier Wallace of the Overlander Ski Club in Kamloops, he was the 24th best qualifier. So Raleigh Tart in that red toque. He's on that inside lane. He is top qualifier leading this. Then on to his right is William Vandenberg of the Thunder Bay Training Center. Right beside him. Now they're breaking into stride, most of them. Yeah, there we go, into the striding. A couple skiers deciding to go, more skiers going outside, and that is William Vandenberg of Boundary Trails Nordic in Manitoba, and now with the Thunder Bay Training Center out front. Raleigh Tart keeping that inside lane in second. I think that's the right lane just to control things. Now you've got to just navigate this hard right-hand turn, and Raleigh Tart is there in second spot. So that has worked out. Oh, well, now we got someone on the inside. Oh, someone got an inside spot there. That is Xavier Wallace. Bold move by Xavier Wallace of the Overlander Ski Club, getting that inside line. We haven't seen a move like that yet. Now he is outside of the track there on the left side. Xavier Wallace on the outside. In the middle is William Vandenberg. On his right, don't see, but out of the track, that's Raleigh Tart on the outside, closest to the camera. Xavier Wallace of the Overlander Ski Club in Kamloops, British Columbia, was the 24th best qualifier out of 30, and he is boldly challenging some of our top qualifiers. And look at this, 4 wide coming in. Okay, now there's going to narrow it down a little bit, 3 wide, and they're all in it. They are all in it. It's going to come down to this treacherous descent and then all out double pole to the finish. They're going to emerge shortly from under the bridge. They're all standing up. They're all standing up. They don't want to go into the tuck. Now they go into the tuck. And now if you accelerate, and now we've got one taking the inside line. Skiers changing tracks. They're now down to 2 tracks, but all 6 skiers are in this. This is the first semifinal for your under 20 men. This is 6 skiers challenging for those 2 automatic qualifying spots. Who can emerge here as they start to double pull? Raleigh Tart coming to the front in the red toque. Raleigh Tart there leading. But right on his tail is Tristan Grandmont, and on the outside is Xavier Wallace, our 24th best qualifier. But William Vandenberg on the right of your screen, it's going to be Raleigh Tart and Tristan Grandmont. Tristan Grandmont easing up, Raleigh Tart easing up William Vandenberg. He knows he's got to push to get one of those times, and I don't think Xavier Wallace was able to get in that 4th spot. I think that was Xavier Normandin that got that 4th spot. We'll see if that's enough time-wise to get into the final. Whew. That was quite a battle. All 6 skiers in the mix. Now we've got our second semifinal for the under 20 men. Justin Boudreau, Ben Field, Nathan Menier, Adam Heel, Jonas Ralseth, and Joe Curran. Okay, so all starting close together here. That's not, normally what you would expect. That was normally what you'd expect for a semifinal. They've got through the original qualifier, got through the quarterfinal heats. Now you're going to see a lot of evenly matched skiers here once you get into the semifinals. And out front is Jonas Ralseth. He was our 25th best qualifier, but this is now in sprint racing. Yeah, it's a short race, 1.3 kilometers, but you have to do it 4 times if you want to be in that final and do well in that final. Jonas Ralseth, not a fast qualifier, but he's got the VO2 max. He's got the recovery that we saw in the interval skate race. So Jonas Ralseth in the mix there, 595 in the Alberta World Cup race suit. Ben Field, I see up there as well. So I think it's Ben Field and then Jonas Ralseth, your top 2 right now, but still tightly bunched here. They've gone through the first climb. Now they're heading towards that hard right-hand turn, and it is Ben Field, Jonas Ralseth, just going to see, and that is Justin Boudreau in third. Justin Boudreau hopping to the outside, out of the track. Now he's back into the track. So we're starting to see 4 skiers separate themselves. Ben Field at the front, 573. On his tail is 595, Jonas Ralseth. And then right behind him is Justin Boudreau, 572. But also in the mix is Adam Heel, 589, as the other 2 skiers, Joe Curran and I believe Nathan Meunier, just fall back to 5th and 6th. But clearly 4 skiers, and now are there going to be tactics? Does that allow a couple of those other skiers to catch back in? It almost looks like no. It looks like they're going to push the pace, try and keep that 3rd skier, Adam Heel, out of the mix here on this descent and the final straightaway in the stadium. And there is Nathan Meunier and Joe Curran in 5th and 6th. So we should see at least 3 skiers come down together onto the descent. Ben Field, Jonas Ralseth, and Justin Boudreau. It is now Justin Boudreau in 2nd spot. Justin Boudreau in 2nd, 3 skiers here, 2 automatic spots. Ben Field up front, then Justin Boudreau, then Jonas Ralseth. Jonas Ralseth, if he can get to the final, he can use his endurance to maybe fight for a medal, but he's got to get to the final first. This is the 2nd semifinal. On the left, in the blue, is Ben Field. On the right now, accelerating to the finish is Justin Boudreau. And 3rd spot is going to be Jonas Ralseth. 4th is going to be Adam Heel. Justin Boudreau and Ben Field moving on, automatic qualifiers into that final. And here we've got Nathan Meunier. That's Joe Curran, I should say. Joe Curran coming in, and then Nathan Meunier in 5th and 6th. The lucky loser time to beat is 3:27.44. We got William Vandenberg and Xavier Normandin on the bubble, but we'll see these times for this last heat, how they shape up, to see if Jonas Ralseth or Adam Heel can get into that final. Now an update on our women's final. So the lucky losers were Ruby Soroya and Annika Wallen for that women's final. That women's final is going to be Louison Dubuff, Carly Ram, Constance Lapointe, Sophia Giagrande, Ruby Soroya, and Annika Wallen. Ruby and Annika, your lucky losers. Just going to check the times there. You know, it was 13/100ths of a second for that last lucky loser spot. Maeve McLeod, 13/100ths of a second back and missing out on the final. Those lunges worth about 1/10 of a second. So can come down to just how much flexibility you have in that lunge at the finish. And I'm just keeping an eye on our men's lucky loser spots. And it is going to be Jonas Ralseth and Adam Heel from that 2nd semifinal that will move on. And they have bumped William Vandenberg and Xavier Normandin out of that final. So men's final will be Justin Boudreau, Tristan Grandmont, Riley Tart, Ben Field, Jonas Ralseth, and Adam Heel. That was a very, very fast 2nd heat. And you could see there was no tactics, right? When they were coming onto that descent, they didn't ease up, stand up, relax. They kept the pace up, and that meant that was a fast heat, and that has allowed Jonas Rolseth and Adam Heel from that second semifinal heat to move to the final. So that's the danger you play with tactics in these sprint races, is that means then as you go slower, really only those 2 automatic qualifying spots are your chances to get in. And it's amazing, just looking at the times, that first quarterfinal was 20 seconds slower than that first semifinal was 20 seconds slower than the second semifinal for the under 20 men. So 20 seconds, that's what sitting up on that descent, waiting for the others to take the lead, try and get a draft off them. That's the time difference. Okay, so coming up is our under 20 women's final, a national championship on the line, as we see Louison Dubief come in. She's with the Alberta World Cup Academy in the blue. They're just getting called up by the starter, and they are allowed to pick their lane. That's how this works. So now 501, Constance Lapointe stepping forward, as we've got Nathaniel Maha getting the drama here of the final. He's got the camera, our great social media engagement manager for Nordiq Canada. So Constance Lapointe taking that spot to the right, athlete-wise, of Louison Dubief. Then we've got Sofia Giagrandi in the white. Then we've got a couple Alberta World Cup Academy skiers, 507 on the left of our screen. That's Annika Wallen. Then with the white headband, that is Carly Ram. And then Ruby Soroya on the far right. So it was Ruby Soroya and Annika Wallen, the skiers on the outside, that were your lucky losers. Okay, a national championship on the line here. Under 20 women's final classic sprint coming up here at the Canmore Nordic Centre at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. The live stream brought to you by our great sponsors, Salomon and Rundle. These images being beamed across the country and around the world. Under 20 women's sprint final coming up, under a minute to start. Again, just to repeat, Louison Dubief, 505, 508, Carly Ram, 501, Constance Lapointe, 502, Sofia Giagrandi, 504, Ruby Soroya, and 507, Annika Wallen. Okay, here, the starter has called them up to the start line. Starter will make sure that they're motionless and not ahead of the start line. And then we are underway. Our under 20 women's final on course now. A national championship at stake. 6 skiers, all dreaming of a win here, all with a chance at the win, as Constance Lapointe in the green takes the lead here going into that first climb. In the middle is Louison Dubief, who's already won a gold medal this Nationals in the skate race. But it's Constance Lapointe, 301 in the green at the front. The white horse skier now with the University of Alaska at Anchorage, and she is pushing the pace. Constance Lapointe, you can tell by her body language, she has decided she is going to push the pace. The fans running around to see this race. Constance Lapointe, you can tell right away, she doesn't want this to be a tactical race. She's already stretching out this final. Louison Dubief, but staying with her. Louison staying with Constance, and then a gap, and you can see some of the skiers starting to lose a little bit of grip as Sofia Giagrandi there in fourth. It is Constance Lapointe and Louison Dubief. White Horse Nordic versus Fernie Nordic here in this national championship final for U20 women. the classic sprint. It's a 1.3 kilometer course. They're now coming up into that second climb. In the green, that is Constance Lapointe. In the blue is Louison Dubief. And then we've got a challenge here. That is 5:06, I think 5:08. Sorry, I think that might be Carly Ram. Yes, Carly Ram in third. That is the battle for bronze. But Constance Lapointe driving up this climb. Constance Lapointe doesn't care about tactics. She went from the start. She is pushing on this second climb. She is going to try and push over the top of this climb. She was our best qualifier. She does not care a single ounce about tactics. She is going from the gun. She wants this national championship. They're now coming towards the descent. Constance Lapointe, your leader right now. Louison Dubief, already a gold medal in these championships. Could she get a second one? But Constance Lapointe unleashing the power, the white horse workhorse, launching herself ahead of Louison Dubief here in this under 20 women's final here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. They have extremely distanced themselves from the battle for bronze. That's Carly Ram, Ruby Soroya, and also in there in the battle for bronze is Sofia Giagrande, as Annika Wallen there goes by in 6th. What a dominating ski here for Constance Lapointe, the white horse skier, now with the University of Alaska at Anchorage out front. But don't hold off here on Louison Dubief. Still maybe a chance on this descent, but Constance Lapointe holding on to that lead into the stadium. Constance Lapointe has a couple seconds on Louison Dubief. This is Constance Lapointe, the white horse workhorse, going for a national championship. But moving to the right is Louison Dubief. I think it's not going to be enough for Louison to catch Constance Lapointe. What a ski here by Constance Lapointe. She went from the gun, and she is going to win a national championship. Louison Dubief is going to be in second for the silver, and now the battle for bronze. It's going to come down to a lunge, and it's going to be Carly Ram with the bronze ahead of Ruby Soroya, Sofia Giagrande in 5th, Annika Wallen in 6th. Oh my goodness, Constance Lapointe surprised everyone and just went all out from the start, pushed on the first climb. You could see she was going all out, and she was able to hold it. What a way to finish her season, Constance Lapointe, a member of Canada's World Junior team. She's catching her breath, but what a performance there. Louison Dubief, she tried desperately to hold the pace of Constance. She did initially, but Constance, she really pushed over that second climb, really showed the fitness she has. And I know her coaches, Trond and Adam at the University of Alaska at Anchorage, will be very, very happy with the performance of Constance Lapointe, the young skier on that Alaska University team. And that sprint for bronze, Carly Ram, our 8th best qualifier, our slowest qualifier of those people in the final, getting the bronze. And there we go. We've got 3 Alberta World Cup Academy athletes just there. They were in the final. That isn't your top 3, but those are 3 great skiers from the Alberta World Cup Academy. And in there is 2nd and 3rd. Louison with the red headband, and then the more white headband, that is Carly Ram. And then in the middle was Annika Wallen. Now we're going to get a picture here of our podium. But we will turn to our under 20 men's final. 6 skiers in the mix. We've got Justin Boudreau, Tristan Grandmont, Riley Tart, Ben Field, Jonas Ralseth, and Adam Heel. Those are the final 6 to compete for an under 20 men's national championship here at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals in Canmore, Alberta, organized by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. This wonderful live stream brought to you by the Home Team Network and our phenomenal sponsors, Salomon and Rundle, and we are ready to go. And we are underway. This is the under 20 men's final for a national championship. Boudreau, Grandmont, Tart, Field, Rolseth, and Heel in this final. Rolseth and Heel were the lucky losers, but now we call it a sprint race, but this is where that endurance starts to come into play. And we saw that with skiers like Alex Harvey, just barely qualified, just barely get through the quarterfinals, just barely get through the semifinals, but then have the endurance to do well in the final. We've got 73, Ben Field of the Alberta World Cup Academy out front. Then right behind him, Justin Boudreau of the Pierre Harvey Training Center in second. At this point, it doesn't look like anyone is using the Constance Lapointe strategy of just go from the gun and destroy your rivals with your speed and your endurance. They're playing a little more relaxed, and that's keeping that pack together for the most part as they go through that first climb. Then they're going to make that hard right, and you can see the snow is falling, playing havoc with the waxing. That's Benfield with the white headband out front, then Justin Boudreau, then Rally Tart. Then we've got, it looks like Tristan Grandmont in fourth, then Jonas Rolseth, and then Adam Heel just at the back. Okay, they're now onto the second climb. Still very, very close here. On the outside, now Rally Tart moving out of the track, starting to sprint up this climb. Now Rally Tart deciding to spread it out. It looks like he's going to try and push the pace as we've got Adam Heel, and I think Jonas Rolseth just fall back to fifth and sixth. So it is Rally Tart, number 571 from Kimberly Nordic. He already has a gold medal in these national championships in the skate race, but I think he's decided he can't do it. Okay, now you're seeing their ease up. So it's Rally Tart on the right, Benfield. Now Benfield is accelerating, and that has allowed Jonas Rolseth to catch back in to that group. Okay, now we'll see them come onto that descent. They've got that hard right-hand turn, and we're going to see, are they standing up, or is someone going to try and accelerate through that turn and try to take the win by pulling ahead? Okay, there is 5 skiers together onto the descent. 5 skiers with a chance at a national championship. This is the under 20 men final here in Canmore, Alberta at the Nordic Centre. 5 skiers dreaming of a national championship. It's Ben Field, and it is also Justin Boudreau, but on the inside, that is Rally Tart. It is 5 skiers battling for the medals here. In the middle now, Tristan Grandmont is trying to emerge a little bit, but Justin Boudreau and Rally Tart in a battle here for the win. Justin Boudreau out front in the middle, Rally Tart, but here comes Tristan Grandmont, and at the finish, it's going to be Justin Boudreau, Tristan Grandmont, and Rally Tart for third, Jonas Rolseth in fourth, Adam Heel in fifth, and I believe Ben Field in sixth. Ben Field was leading on the descent, but that just showed the strategy of being patient, delivered for Justin Boudreau to win a national championship for under 20. His teammate from Pierre Harvey Training Center congratulating, hugging him with that silver medal, Tristan Grandmont. And Rally Tart, he tried a strategy to break away, but it wasn't enough. He couldn't get away, and he gets the bronze medal, the Kimberly Nordic athlete. Adam Heel, he was able to move up, and Ben Field led onto that descent, but got passed in that final straight. So there's some hugs there. 572, Justin Boudreau of the Pierre Harvey Training Center takes the win. Tristan Grandmont gritting his teeth in that finale and sprinting to second. But Justin Boudreau, hands in the air, flexing his muscles. The double pole power of Justin Boudreau gives him a national championship. It all came down to that finale, and there's Ben Field. He led on that descent, but it did not, unfortunately, pay off for him. Justin Boudreau, your under 20 men's national champion. Tristan Grandmont, your under 20 men's silver medalist, and the bronze medal going to Kimberly Nordic's Rally Tart. We're going to get a picture, I think, shortly of our podium as we got to some of the Alberta World Cup Academy athletes chatting there. And there is your podium in the middle. Justin Boudreau who emerged at the finish with the best double pole power. Tristan Grandmont gritting his teeth, just pushing so hard, able to move into second, and Rally Tart of Kimberly Nordic getting his second medal of these national championships. Gold on Tuesday, bronze here. So gold on Wednesday, I think, and bronze here on Saturday. Wow. What a thrilling finale with 5 skiers in the mix for a national championship. But there, 572 with a smile on his face. Justin Boudreau, under 20 men's national champion. Okay, wow, that was a thrilling day of racing, folks. So happy to bring that around the country, around the world here with Home Team Network and our great sponsors, Salomon and Rundle, delivering these great images for you to see this exciting racing here at beautiful Canmore Nordic Centre. Thank you to Canmore Nordic Ski Club. Thank you to the entire Home Team Network crew for producing such a great event. We've got more racing tomorrow at the mass start races. It'll be Julie Beaulieu anchoring that coverage, doing the commentary. It's kind of a little bit of a team sprint here. I'm handing off to Julie for the mass starts coming up on Sunday. I'm Steve Scholes. Great to be a part of this event. Thank you to all the athletes for great racing, and we will see you tomorrow here on the Home Team Network for the mass start races on the final day of the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. So long, everyone.
dreaming. Gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, this for the moment, start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that we are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know what they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been putting my habit, so I gotta do it, man, I tell them the madness, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, I start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know what they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been putting my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I thought I don't have this. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
Yeah, I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, these for the moment, start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cut my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them the madness. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
Yeah, gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, I start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I thought I know methods. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.